And they're off in the Tuesday opener. There goes Turn Up the Music for the lead between Fillies and Mares is going home now. Along the insides, the favorite Miss City Girl, as Beyond Oscar and Shine My Tiara move up as a team as well. Then we come back to Sevens Up, and widest of all is Unbridled Sister. It's just 7 lengths from front to back. Going home now, dealing early on here with Beyond Oscar, who just assumed the lead. It's Beyond Oscar, has the lead a length and a half. Going home now, Rafael Rohima takes a hold of her to track in second. Along the outside, Shine My Tiara through an opening quarter of 25 and 1. Then we come back to Turn Up the Music. Moving up along the inside is Miss City Girl with leading rider Kay Bracoa. They just took over fourth. The two at the back are Sevens Up and Unbridled Sister as they make their way to the half-mile pole. Going home now, turns up the pressure on Beyond Oscar through a half and 50 and 1. Shine My Tiara, big price in the offing as Miss City Girl moves up along the inside. Here's a 3-wide bid from Unbridled Sister at a huge price. Then Sevens Up and Turn Up the Music. They make their way along the far turn here at Finger Lakes. And going home now is Assume the Lead from Beyond Oscar. Miss City Girl, Koa looking to get her off the rail as Shine My Tiara moves into contention through 3 quarters in 1:15 and 3. Off the turn, into the stretch, going home now, dealing with Beyond Oscar at the rail. Here's Shine My Tiara at 20 to 1, and now Miss City Girl's unleashed down the center. Past the 8th pole, Miss City Girl going best of all, and she takes the lead and draws away quickly and impressively. It's all Miss City Girl to win the opener by 3. Then it was Shine My Tiara going home. $2 exact to 1-7, $40.60. 50-cent try, 1-7-4, 19 even. And the 10-cent super, 1-7, 4-6, $16 even. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was Good Morning Joe. On the far outside, it's Uncle Taco, but now Playing It Big rushes up to take the lead. Playing It Big a half length. Sharpoon moves up along the inside in second. Uncle Taco left back in third. Peanut Butter Toast is fourth, 2.5 in front of Tiz Big Money. Then we come back to Good Morning Joe, and the trailer is Tyrannosaurus Rex up the inside to battle on with Playing It Big as Sharpoon. These two through an opening quarter, 23 flat. Uncle Taco in the offing, a length back in third. Peanut Butter Toast rides the rails in fourth. It's a gap of 4 lengths back to Tiz Big Money, who was just passed by Tyrannosaurus Rex. It leaves Peanut Butter Toast at the back, off the turn, into the stretch. Peanut Butter Toast up the inside. A narrow opening for him, and he tries to shoot on through there. There's Peanut Butter Toast. He takes the lead away from Playing It Big, who tries to battle back. Peanut Butter Toast playing it big, resilient on the outside. Peanut Butter Toast playing it big. Peanut Butter Toast playing it big, trying to get the Peanut Butter Toast. Peanut Butter Toast held him off. Peanut, $2 double, 1-1, $14.40. $2 exact, 1-4, $41.40. 50-cent try, 1-4-2, 42 and a quarter. 10-cent super, 1-4, 2-3, 20. There in the gate. And they're off from the rails, Smoking Alone for the lead. Here comes He's Got the Jack, and the favorite takes over by a half length. Battling right back is Smoking Alone. They've opened up 2.5 on Norgay, who's outside in third, with Macho Maya between rivals at the back. Gets up state and back. He's Got the Jack, Smoking Alone, won't leave him alone. They go through an opening quarter together. 2.5 more, Norgay and John Berrios tries to get him closer in third through an opening quarter of 23 flat. 3 more back to Macho Maya. The back markers upstated back. He's 8 lengths from the lead. Norgay attacks the favorite right now. Norgay goes by a half length. Under a drive as He's Got the Jack. Holding position at the rail, Smoking Alone from the back. Upstate and backs outside of Macho Maya. They come off the turn and into the stretch. Norgay, Smoking Alone, trying to battle back at a huge price. These two through a half and 47. Smoking Alone inside. Norgay outside. Headlong in through the final furlong. Smoking Alone comes back. Here's Norgay. Smoking Alone draws away. He's 26 to 1. It's like Drebeck beating Gooden. It was all Smoking Alone. They're in the gate. And they're off. War of Thrones shows first, but there's a host of pursuers early. To his inside as along came the prince. Now moving up as well is Vibe Setter. Far outside, no line. The rail hardly working. Town Jack's there. A real scrum on the front end. The two at the back are Follow the Signs and the favorite Trap. The Dream is last. He's a half dozen from the front. From the rail out, hardly working. Along came the Prince. War of Thrones. No lime. 23 and 2. Not fast but contentious. Opening quarter. 2.5 back along the rails. Town Jack. Follow the Signs moves up. Vibe Setter backpedals. Still last Trap the Dream. Midway on the far turn. Hardly working. Along came the Prince. War of Thrones looms large on the outside in third. Just in behind is Town Jack, and Follow the Signs is ready to roll through a 47 and 1/2. Off the turn into the stretch. Hardly working's 24 to 1, and he has a length and a half lead. Down the center's War of Thrones. Far outside comes Follow the Signs, and up the rail, Town Jack trying to sneak through. Deep stretch. Here comes Follow the Signs. Down the center, between along came the Prince. Follow the Signs, along came the Prince. Re-rally from hardly working. Follow the Signs. He won 56.50. 50-cent try, 613. $425.50. 10-cent super, 6132. $365.40. And they're off. Makar was off a step slow. From the rail, G Munning to the lead on the far outside. Here comes the favorite, Dorothy's Happiness. Rum Pressure, and in between horses, Stars and Stones. So the other Ferraro, Stars and Stones, clears the lead. Outside, Dorothy's Happiness poised to pounce in second. G Munnings along the rail in third, with Rum Pressure right there in fourth. Forced to check there a bit was Makar, just passed by Pop Coyer. The trailer is American Highlight, 23-second opening quarter. Stars and Stones, his stablemate, Dorothy's Happiness, sidles up right alongside. 3 deep Rum Pressure as Makar looks to gain ground between horses. Off the turn and into the stretch. Dorothy's Happiness in a tussle right now with barnmate Stars and Stones. Dorothy's Happiness, Stars and Stones not giving up. Coer and Stars and Stones. Perez, Dorothy's Happiness. Ferraro's 1-2. Deep stretch. Stars and Stones. Dorothy's Happiness. Dorothy's Happiness. Stars and Stones. Not like a favorite should, but Dorothy's Happiness got it done. 1.5 length. 50-cent try, 863, $7.45. 10-cent super, 8631, $5.55. And the 50-cent pick 3, 168, 2. And they're off. Blue City the first to show, immediately challenged by Double Vision. Double Vision has the lead. Tendency to the outside in second. Along the inside, there's Abe Honestly third. Fourth, Prepare for Glory. He's followed by Tuck a Buck Away. Along the inside, Blue City just moved up a spot after breaking alertly. The two trailers are Tribal Notion and Blood Moon. Double Vision through an opening quarter and a quick 22 and 4. That's the fastest opening quarter today. And Double Vision has a length lead on Tendency. Abe Honestly 3 wide, ready to roll in third. Then we come back up the inside. Blue City at a big price trying to chime in from fourth while riding the rails. A wide Prepare for Glory's fifth. They're coming past the quarter pole through a half and 47 flat. Off the turn into the stretch. A bold 3 wide bid has Abe Honestly contending, but a nifty move by John Berrios, and Blue City snuck up the inside. Blue City's a big price. Down the center, Abe Honestly trying to stay with him. From the back, Tuck a Buck Away, deep stretch. Blue City upset on again. Blue City gonna win at 14 to 1 by a length. Then it was Abe Honestly, Tribal Notion, maybe Tuck a Buck Away for fourth. $2.85, $2.60. $2 exact to 6-1, 221.50. 50-cent try, 614, 220 even. 10-cent super, 6148, 108. And they're off. 30 Oysters goes to the lead. And on the far outside, here comes Big George's Kingdom. Splitting those two is Bam Bam Warrior. These three have a length on Sea Tiger, who holds position at the rail. Between's Reunion Tour would take the edge to their outside. Towards the back is Anointed Spirit. Along the rail, that's Lorenzen and Bushwick Bruiser. Might as well be back in Brooklyn. He's already 15 lengths from the lead. And the leader is Big George's Kingdom. He crossed and cleared under Koa through an opening quarter and a quick 24 and 1. Applying the pressure is Bam Bam Warrior. Back in third, about 4 from the front is 30 Oysters, who is tracked by Reunion Tour. 3 more back. Now moving up along the inside, Sea Tiger. Take the edge, about to be passed by Anointed Spirit. At the back are Lorenzen and Bushwick Bruiser, the half 48-1. Big George's Kingdom's moving right along here. He's built a 2.5, 3-length lead as Bam Bam Warrior begins to backpedal. 30 Oysters. Carlos Camillo still waiting to give him his cue. He just said go. Sea Tigers moved up from mid-pack into fourth, about to be third as the field makes their way along the far turn. They're headed to three-quarters. The three-quarter time here. Big George's Kingdom in 1:13-1. Big George's Kingdom, a 3-length lead, now a 4-length lead. Anointed Spirit trying to rally down the center from the back, about to pass 30 Oysters. See Tiger at the rail, off the turn, into the stretch. Koa goes left-handed. Big George's Kingdom responds. Only challengers Anointed Spirit. Past the 8th pole to the 16th pole. Big George's Kingdom's almost home. Anointed Spirit takes dead aim. Big George's Kingdom, Anointed Spirit. Big George's Kingdom saved by the wire. He won it by 3 parts of a length. Anointed Spirit too late, not enough. And they're off. Off a beat slow there was Sharp Playboy. In between horses, there goes Hey, Hey, Harry for the lead. Along the inside is Gold Templar. Smile takes charge, split those two, and puts a half length in front. Back in fifth. Along the inside, there's Benji Brown. Then we come back along the rail, the profitability, 2 trailers, a Sharp Playboy. And at the back is 5 Aces, 22-2 as Smile takes charge, rips through that opening quarter. He's got a 2-length lead here over Gold Templar, who tries to move into second. Hey, Hey, Harry's there, far outside, enticing prospect trying to get involved. Profitability comes up the rail as the field makes their way off the turn and into the stretch, led by Smile Takes Charge. Smile Takes Charge up the inside. Profitability and Luis Perez have dead aim. Down the center's Gold Templar, and on the far outside, enticing prospect. But they pass the 8th pole, coming to the 16th pole, and Smile Takes Charge keeps on ticking on the front end. Smile Takes Charge. Flag fall to That's All by 2. Dead tight for second. 10-cent super, 2147, $40 and a quarter. Nobody picked 6 today. 6 of 6, 4 of 6, 4 of 6, $99 even. And they're off. Off slowly there was the number 8, Stony Lonesome. Lady Lawrence goes to the lead from the inside. Here comes She's Enticing. Jen's Kiss broke alertly. She's in third as Ligon's Legacy splits him. Back in fifth, that's Baby Dreams. To the inside comes Flora Rose. Split Northumberland. To the outside is Whistling Gold, 4 deep Speedy Z. And at the back is Stony Lonesome, 23-2 for the opening quarter. Lady Lawrence just ahead of Jen's Kiss as She's Enticing is hustled along the inside by Luis Perez to keep up in third. Then Baby Dreams, and about 5 more back to Ligon's Legacy, who's under the whip already. The top 4 have opened up 6 on their rivals as they're midway on the turn, led by Lady Lawrence. She's Enticing. Perez trying to get her up the rail. Alter's Course goes outside through a 47 2/2. Off the turn, into the stretch. Dead aim for She's Enticing. She's coming after Lady Lawrence right now. Down the center, Baby Dreams. Jen's Kiss alters course to the rail, past the 8th pole. Lady Lawrence, here She's Enticing. Baby Dreams with a long shot chance in third. 16th pole, Lady Lawrence battles back. She's Enticing Lady Lawrence. Lady Lawrence refused to lose the finale. She won it by a neck. Ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, please stand for our national anthem. afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile, welcoming you to a wonderful Wednesday afternoon of racing here at the Farmington Oval. Had a little bit more rain on and off. Track is labeled good to start the day. A little breeze coming in, temperature in the mid-60s, a lot like yesterday. A lot of clouds, sun trying to fight through. We'll see how it does. Free PPs at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Pick 6 carryover. Starts in race 3, $2,717. Here are the changes for today's races. In the first, we'll start the pick 4 and the double. And Dave Mattice and I will have tickets for both pick 4s. They'll come before races 1 and 5, respectively. In the first, scratch the 2B, winning drive. Race 1, scratch the 2B, winning drive. No changes in the second. Kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. And race 3 starts that $1 pick 6 with the carryover of $2,717. No changes in race 3. The 50-cent pick 5 starts in race number 4. Scratch the 6, Actuliba. Race 4, scratch the 6, Actuliba. Race number 5 kicks off the late pick 4 again. Dave and I will have tickets up before this race. Scratch the 1, Been Good to Know Ya. And the 8, With No Name. Scratch the 1, Been Good to Know Ya. And the 8, With No Name. The 5, Keegs, is £1 over, as is the 6, Mortgage Rate. Both £1 over. Those changes in race 5, the start of the late pick 4. Final pick the 6, Escape Mission. Race 6, scratch the 6, Escape Mission. Race 7 starts the late double. Take out the 5, Comfortable Cat. Race 7, scratch the 5, Comfortable Cat. And in the finale, race number 8. Scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Race 8, scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Track is labeled good. Temperatures in the mid-60s, cloudy skies, a little bit of a breeze. Pick 6 carryover starts in race 3, $2,717. Post time for the first, just after 1 p.m. Coming up next, the Wednesday edition of Takes from the Lakes with Dave Mattice.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattice. We got 8 races to go over today. Hopefully this track is drying out. It was drying out yesterday. I thought we almost had a chance to get to fast by the end of the day. I think they had it sealed though the last couple of races. And maybe a chance today. I don't know. I mean, we've had some colder weather with some rain. I think there's a chance of some more rain today. I don't think it's going to get much over 60 for the rest of the day, so it's almost like it's fall weather, which I just can't handle because I love the summer here in New York. I mean, we live the whole year waiting for the summer when it's cold up here. And of course, the good thing about the fall coming up is obviously everybody around here loves the New England Patriots and football season. Well, also coming up though on Labor Day, we have a big day of racing here at Finger Lakes. Always one of the best days of the year to come out to the racetrack. What else are you going to do on Labor Day, especially if it's cold like this? We're going to have $2 hot dogs and dollar sodas. In today's economy, that's like a dime. You know, it's like, that's a great way to bring out the kids and and feed the family and not break your budget. Of course, you could use the. But that will be next Monday, not this Monday, the week after on Labor Day, September 2nd. Couple highlights of the day: got a stakes race, the Arctic Queen, and our annual jockey foot race. Just going over the past performances, trying to see who's been working out, what kind of workouts some of these guys have. But looks like Carlos Camilo is going to be a heavy favorite for the jockey foot race. I think I made him a morning line favorite at 3-5. Early though, things could change. Maybe we'll handicap him with one of those weighted vests. So we're trying to run with those things on. Maybe that'll be a way to handicap him. But it's a lot of fun, and it is for a good cause. Finger Lakes will donate $200 for every jockey entered to the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. It is part of America's Day at the Races. Obviously, we don't run on Saturday, so we don't participate on the same day as the rest of the racetracks. So we're going to do our America's Day at the Races for the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund on Labor Day, part of the fun Labor Day festivities. Something, if you have never seen a jockey foot race, I suggest you come out and watch it. It's a lot of fun. Maybe next year we'll get the dogs to race or something. I don't know, they had the corgi, is it corgi or corgis? I saw them at a racetrack the other day. I actually saw some riders riding zebras. Yeah, that seems like that's kind of dangerous, but I saw it at one of the, I think it was one of the West Virginia tracks. That's just crazy. Anyway, good racetrack for today's card. You got to watch the last couple days. Yeah, things are different because we resurfaced the racetrack after racing last week. Took a couple inches off, put a couple inches back on, and it does change things a little bit, but the good thing was we got all that rain after we resurfaced the racetrack. Remember in the past, it takes a little while to settle and to tighten up. Well, we didn't have any problem with it settling and tightening up this year. We got the pouring rain. What happened was we had a pretty good speed day on Monday, and then yesterday, second half of the card, inside speed got good again. We'll kind of keep an eye on how things play out today. Maybe we'll see this track starting to even out now that we've had a few days after the resurfacing. Maybe we could get the rain to hold off a little bit. Say, okay, we got you, Mother Nature. We needed a little rain after the resurfacing. Let's warm things up a little bit. All right. Well, one person that didn't mind it was Keeper Koa. He had 3 wins on yesterday's card. Congratulations to him. He's on fire again, trying to hold on to the lead in the jockey standings as Andre Worry made that big move, but Keeper Koa answering and opening up the lead. All right, first race we scratched the 2B Winning Drive. That horse is re-entered actually in a tougher spot, so an interesting scratch on that one. Went with Bustin Pietre as my top choice here in the first. One of the things about Bustin Pietre, or Petrie, so like the Petri dish. This one came in with a little bit of a fitness edge, had been running at Charlestown, and actually wasn't that impressive winning at 4.5 because the horse was absolutely lone speed with a lack of pace in there, but was able to hold off Gandy Dancing, who was in this race again. But he was off a couple months, even though had a little bit of a fitness edge. Came back and actually ran a lot better on the off track. It was a small field. His stablemate, Bustin Roxy, Brock Moninoff. See, you know, eyes are going, getting too excited for football season. But Brock Moninoff was absolutely lone speed. Bustin Pietre actually got off slow in that race too and made a big move. I think he might have beaten his stablemate despite that one being lone speed if he was off sharper. So I like the improvement shown in that race. He's got a little back class. And even though I wasn't that impressed with his season debut with the fitness edge, that race was a lot better. And with a better start, I think he can beat this field. Again, Gandy Dancing, if it was longer, or if there was a better pace scenario, would have beaten Bustin Pietre that day. But it turns out to be pretty smart claim by Asaf Ronan, although he comes back within the 20 days for $5,000. I guess that's something I just found out recently. I always thought there was that 30-day out of jail rule. I guess it's been changed in recent times to 20 days for the same price. So you're always learning. Gandy Dancing, though, logical horse, basically beating a lot of the same horses in today's first race. I'll throw in the 2 Devious Mo for third. Looks like D. Diego goes to Mass Appeal. Not sure if that was a choice or just a decision to change riders. But Devious Mo was wide last time, was a beaten favorite in that Gandy Dancing race. Maybe didn't get the best of trips. I think was expected to show a little more speed than what he did. Maybe the post hurt. But you got to think he'll run a little bit better. A lot of lines between races for Devious Mo. On his best, he beats these, but that's a big if. Like a lot of things in horse racing. A lot of ifs. I think Anthony just mentioned we're going to be doing pick 4 tickets. I don't know what the budget. I try to use a small budget for the early one and then a bigger budget for the late one because those seem to pay a little bit more, a little bigger fields, and we'll see. I thought both of them today were hittable. Maybe you could look at mine and kind of mix it up a little bit. Maybe you have a single. I don't really like anybody as a single today, but I think you can narrow these races down. Like yesterday, you had, of course, I had 2 horses that I thought were singles. One of them, though, was in the pick 5, not in the pick 4, the Mike Ferrara horse that won. The other one, man, that one didn't fire at all. That happens sometimes. Second race, an 11-9 claimer going a distance of 1.70 miles. Joe's Had Enough has impressed me. I actually like this horse in the sprint race. I knew 5.5 was a little short for him, but I thought he was better than those horses, and man, he did not run at all. But it was on the stretch out. Of course, you had to like him again the next 2 starts. The next 2 starts, he was an easy winner against the route competition in the non-winners of 1, non-winners of 2. Actually, I don't want to say easy winner because Jacoba did give him a little bit of a threat in the one race. Well, he stepped up after that, looked way overmatched in that race. You had a couple good ones in there. Convertible Force was the one that looked like he was going to be much the best in the race and did end up winning, drawn away. But Joe's Had Enough did give that horse a little bit of a tussle in there, and that was the best race he's run this year. If he could repeat that last race at the 11-9 level, the same as today, he's going to be tough. Keep in mind, those are $5,000 claiming races he's winning. So, originally you wouldn't like this horse, but then you watch his last race. Man, he ran well. You take the Convertible Force out of the race and Convertible Freeze. Man, I can't say the horse is right. But you take the horse out of the race, and man, Joe's Had Enough probably would have won easy. Like him with a slight edge in this race off of the last effort. Hard to gauge where this horse is. Remember, he's running for 5,000 before stepping up. Stays at this level. There does seem to be some pace in the race. Again, we'll see how the racetrack is playing today because it's tough to. We saw a couple deep closers early in the card. They may have just been best, or you got a duel up front. It kind of, as the day went on, it seemed like Inside Speed got a little better especially towards the end. With that said, the real true closer in this race is the one, Kong Loves the Fight. Is at the mercy of the pace, but it does look like he's going to get it. You got Sneeds. Sneeds looks like the speed of the speed from the 3 post. But Central Love also has speed, and Maddie's Express isn't going to be that far back either. And a lot of the rest of them are horses that like to be close. Again, Kong Loves the Fight should be last early, but we'll be looking to make a run if the pace is relatively decent. And again, it looks like not just speed types. So one of the things you look at here, especially here at Finger Lakes, with the pace, it doesn't matter if you have 2 speeds dueling if everybody's backed off them. You got to think of the science of the game. Why speed lasts and why speed doesn't last sometimes when there's a duel. It's not just because of the duel that the horse comes from last to first. And I think that's a fallacy with a lot of even elite handicappers, as you call them, kind of miss that point too. It's because everybody else is chasing the other 2 that are dueling on the front end, and it makes the whole race flow quicker, so the horse in last closes. The horse in stalking is going to take the advantage if he's 3 or 4 lengths off of those 2 dueling and get that first run anyway, if he doesn't get part chasing. Again, that's part of the handicapping. But this is a kind of race that could help out closers like Kong Loves a Fight, because that seems to be the situation where you got a couple speeds that could be out there in 48 flat, and the rest of them kind of up close chasing that, which could help the deep closer. Believe me, I've talked to guys that are TV simulcast handicappers and don't understand that point. The 6, Maddie's Express, might be a little bit compromised by the fact that there's speed inside of him, because he likes to be close to the pace. Maybe he could settle in just off of it a couple lengths back and then try to make a run. But he's not like one of those sit back, make a run type. He's just got to be close to the pace, maybe get first run before Kong Loves a Fight gets fired up. Or, Joe's Had Enough is probably the one that's going to get a trip on the inside, and that's why I took the horse on top. As long as the pace isn't too fast and he could sit that pocket trip in behind, I think he could win here in race number 2. I talked way too much on that race. Third race starts to pick 6, got a small carryover of just over $2,000, between $2,000 and $3,000. It adds up, and it's a good wager. The dollar pick 6. You could beat a couple favorites. Man, you take down the only ticket. I mean, it's not a jackpot, but you're the 1 or 2 tickets. You have $5 or $6 grand. Why not? It's hard to really like Grand Lady Indy on top. She always fires. It's hard not to use her first or second, because that's where she finished. But she's not a horse that's, even if she's best, is going to draw away by 5 or 6 lengths. She likes to run with her competition. And she got beat by a pretty good one. I mean, I know they bet her down to 3-5. She was over bet a little bit. I mean, she was the logical favorite, but Lincolnville Beach is a nice horse too. And it's not like it was some fluke long shot that took advantage of some pace or she didn't run well. It was a really good horse for Chris Engelhart that beat her, that got a good enough of a trip to beat her. But she does run second a lot, and also makes it interesting. The day that she opened up 5 lengths and was life and death to hold off Hillbilly Lady. Not sure what happened there with Grand Lady Indian, and it might be one of those things where she doesn't like to be out there alone. You picture horses in the wild. They don't like to be out there alone. They're social animals, and they're out there. Some of them have that mentality. They don't run away from the rest of them. They look for somebody to play with, some competition, even if they're the best horse, and that's Grand Lady Indy. And I like her on top because she's the best horse in the race, and she'll probably be first or second, but may make it interesting. Honorable Lily, yeah, she's logical. She's dropped slightly from the 1 state bred to this claiming condition. At least she's a 5-time winner, as a bunch of them are. You basically got a lot of 5-time winners in here. The horse that I picked on top is only in for the 4 lifetimes, a 3-time winner, and there's a couple of them, but Honorable Lily has been through some of these conditions. One of these with her, I mean, her last race, she wasn't that badly beaten. She got caught right at the wire. It looked like she was going to be the winner pretty easily and got nailed at the wire. But you look at their previous race, was very good. Busted Roxy, who was sharp back then, was able to control the pace, and she just kind of ran evenly, as a lot of them did behind Busted Roxy that day. Embraceable Gal has turned into a pretty good horse, the horse that was second. She's got that big stride, big deep closer. She's outside today, Honorable Lily. I don't think that's going to hurt her here, and I think she plays. I'll use Lady Quinn for third. Tough to gauge how good Lady Quinn is. I think this is the right spot for her. She was in for the waiver claim and was a much the best winner against a weaker $5,000 field. And last race wasn't bad. She obviously wasn't as good as Grand Lady Indy or the winner, but it wasn't like she was that badly beaten that you can't use her underneath, or if Grand Lady Indy is looking for competition, maybe she's the competition. So, I mean, that's all it is here in race number 3. Going to go with the 3-7-2. I guess the only other rival to consider using would be the 6, Flattery's Music, who could be a possible upset chance, but the rest of them could be all underneath types. Okay, 4th race, scratch the 6, Ach to Lieber. It's a 5,000 claimer, and we're going to go a little further here. Mile and a 16th. Sit back. This one might take a little while. You got those beaten claimers going to mile 16th. Although there's a couple good ones in here. You had Flash Kiss, who ran down Big George's Kingdom when Big George's Kingdom was loose in there. That was pretty impressive by Flash Kiss. And then you got Jitter Juice. I mean, what's going on with Jitter Juice? Such a good-looking animal as Jitter Juice. He kind of had things his way in a couple victories last year, but he's in for 5,000 now. I mean, he was in that distance series race for 62.50 last time. And man, did not fire at all. It is his third start off the layoff. Maybe he's just taking a little while to get his legs under him. Here, I mean, it's tough to go long here at Finger Lakes off of a layoff. So you got to give him the first start, but he did not run well last time. This might be the type of race that he likes. There's other speed, but not a lot of fast, good speed that he could be out there on the front line. I just think, and I like Jitter Juice, but it's hard to not be impressed by Flash Kiss's last race. I know it was just not the strongest of three lifetime, other than Big George's Kingdom. It was basically a two-horse race in there, but we saw how good Big George's Kingdom is. I mean, he did take advantage of the racetrack a little bit yesterday as the speed of the race. He cleared a little easier than even I thought. I knew he'd get the lead over, but I thought he'd have to work for it with another horse that had some tactical speed in there. I think he got a little help when he crossed over. Another horse kind of went into the other speed, but once he got the lead, he didn't come back. Well, I don't think he came back that much last time, except for Flash Kiss was just that much the best and that much better than him that day. So that could be the case. This horse could be just getting used to this environment here in the racetrack. That was only his second trip over the track, first time stretching out at the track, and he looked very good in victory. Is he as good as Jitter Juice? Yeah, maybe. At least right now it looks like he is. I don't know if you go back to last year if he was, but unless Jitter Juice can bounce back off the bad two efforts and run well here, third start off the layoff. He's got a couple wins at the distance, and again, maybe he's chasing a little bit last time, and instead he could be on the front line more relaxed in this race. And it's a different racetrack. Remember, we resurface. Sometimes that matters with some of these horses. You got to think that Jitter Juice will have a better effort today. The other one that plays is Causalistic. Don't really have an excuse for him. Last time he probably should have won the previous start, but he had a slow beginning and not the best trips. Maybe it was a slop last time, but well, can't really say that because it's an off track today, and he's got a decent record on it. It's not like he ran bad. It's just Reiner turned out to be better. Got first run, and Causalistic a little too late. Found himself way back before he went moving. But then the late run. I don't think he gets a lot of pace to run at if he decides to try to give up that much ground early. But other than Flash Kiss and Jitter Juice, he's probably better than the rest of them, because you know Riley B's going to be out there as the speed. Jitter Juice is not going to let that horse get away. So that's kind of how I see it with the 2-7-8. I think I ended up using the 2-7 to conclude my early pick 4. They'll show it to you after I'm done talking about the rest of the card. Fifth race starts the late pick 4. Scratch the 1, Been Good to Know Ya. Kind of a big scratch in here because that one would have been the favorite. Scratch the 8, With No Name. Kind of opens up the race. I mean, Been Good to Know Ya has got a big numbers edge on some of these. With that one scratched, yeah, I mean, that one was dropping from an allowance to a 5. Got to kind of reconfigure here, and Go Get the Bag is an interesting one. I mean, he drops. I mean, the numbers aren't overwhelming for Go Get the Bag, but he did win a 5,000 waiver claim against Maidens pretty easily. Granted, what did he beat? I don't know. He won with everything, ran better going long, but that horse wasn't putting up good numbers going short. Rebel Jackson's got some decent numbers, but he won easy. He dominated those 5,000 Maidens off of a layoff. Last race was against Dr. Settle's Dream and others. No real excuse except for he was over his head against the 11 and 9. So drops back to 5. And with Been Good to Know Ya out, I think he should be awfully tough in here. The pace flow is going to matter because he is like a horse that likes to be nearer on the lead. BC Glory Days is inside him, but that horse hasn't been breaking all that sharp. That Go Get the Bag might be able to get the front end on McDonough and More Valor outside of him. So I think he's a little bit better than these, dropping in class from the 11 to 9 to the 5,000, 4 to 1 morning line. Same could be said for McDonough, but I don't know what to think of McDonough because he's been in races where he should have run better than what he did. I know it's 11 to 9, but is this horse regressing? I guess I got a little bit of an excuse for him. I thought that was a relatively easy lead he had last time. I know speed was not good that day. Inside speed was horrible. But he had a good enough lead and a comfortable enough lead at the top of the stretch, and it looked like he might have a chance to keep going on it, and he stopped. Maybe he's a horse that doesn't want to be on the lead, but at least be close up and be in the race. Again, it was a bad speed day. It was 6 furlongs. I think today, at the same distance as 6 furlongs, he sits right off of Go Get the Bag and maybe hangs around and maybe wins here. I mean, this is not his best distance anyway. 6 furlongs, he's never been in the top 2. I know his overall record's not great, but 7 starts, not in the top 2. But one thing you say is his numbers are better than these, and he's dropping to 5,000, and you got to think he's a major player. Got to use him. Mortgage rate adds blinkers for this race and does see an all-time low dropping to 5,000. Man, mortgage rates have been ridiculous if you're trying to buy a house. Add blinkers, and it was only 2 races where he didn't have them. He was running, and maybe that's part of the issue. Maybe they found the issue with the hood being on, that maybe it goes back to his start 3 races back where he finished second ahead of McDonough, got run down by the deep closer because they just backed up. And that was the thing. It was a pretty quick pace for that day, for that level, that this horse got mixed up in. And I don't think he's got much speed, so he's closer than normal that race. Maybe that's with the blinkers. I mean, the blinkers may put a little focus into him and put him up closer. I don't know if this is the right type of race that you want to do that, but maybe it helps because his last couple of races without him aren't as good. The big thing is, you don't know if it's the blinkers or not, because the big thing is he's dropping to 5,000. So if he wins, was it really the equipment? Could go with the 4-7-6. Threw in the 5 Keegs for 4th. This horse was bothered by BC Glory Days as that horse was fading. I don't know why it was such a long inquiry. BC Glory Days finished behind the horses that they were claiming foul on. But Keegs was bothered a little bit in that race. I just think this race is a little bit tougher overall. Obviously, BC Glory. Who was betting? By the way, who was betting BC Glory Days last time? First went off at odds of even money's 1 for 45 or something like that, and he actually ran well. He ran second. 6th race, scratch the 6 Escape Mission. So it was a big scratch for me because I had Escape Mission picked on top at 6 to 1. I had no chance of that was going being 6 to 1. Try to think of what rider had the least chance of winning the foot race. They would say more chance of that horse being 6 to 1 is. I don't want to pick on anybody. Anyway, I was gonna say. So well, actually, with me, let's say have me winning the foot race. I'm not very fast. This race was a tough one, and one of the trickier ones where you probably look at a few of them. No real standouts. But I do think Nemo's Fortune's last race was pretty good, considering the horse ran well off the layoff. Actually, Dana Saul's horses have been running pretty well off of the layoff, but didn't break all that sharp, made a big move, and then just kind of flattened out, got passed by a couple decent ones. But it was a good effort, considering. You would think that he'd be sharper for this race, and he gets to run for the waiver again. I mean, now we got that rule where you can run for the waiver twice. So nothing to lose here, running for 5,000. Is winless at the distance and only 3 times in the money, so would like him probably a little bit more going longer. He seems to be more of a router, but like I said, off of the last effort, and that was going 6 furlongs, and it was off the layoff. It's not much to beat in here. This is an easier field for Nemo's Fortune. And he's ideally situated right here, right in a nice spot in the 4 post, right behind the speed. Gonna take a shot. I mean, this is a race where you can't fall in love with anybody, but here's a horse that could get the trip. Pure Crazy Groove figures to play again. I mean, he didn't beat anything last time, but the previous star, yeah, he had all kinds of problems in that race and ended up, I think he bore out or something like that, and just called it a day. And maybe the big thing was I don't think he took to the racetrack. That was the problem with Pure Crazy Groove that day. He wanted nothing to do with that sloppy racetrack. So, with that said, I know his effort was a good number last time, but I'd be a little hesitant if you're looking at the form and you're saying, "Oh, I really like this horse." I'm not talking anybody off anybody, but if it is a sloppy sealed racetrack, I'd be a little more cautious when playing Pure Crazy Groove, just based on what we saw back in July when he ran on the sloppy track. Maybe it was just that day. Maybe there were some other issues with this horse, but he certainly ran well enough last time in the 2 Lifetime to win, and he showed a little more speed too. So if he gets in the race, there's not a lot of speed in here. Obviously, you got to use him. If even the track's good, you got to use him. The 10 Thundering March, it's got a little case of seconitis. Talk about another one later that's got a case of the same thing, but 3 straight second place finishes, and that's not a knock. This horse is a check getter, and it's more of the running style. You see this a lot with some closers. I mean, they sit back, they make a run, and a lot of times here at Finger Lakes, especially the shorter distance of 5.5, they don't come back to you enough. You're at the mercy of that early pace. This horse is running well, though. I don't like the post, but if you're going to have a running style that you can overcome a post, it's that deep closers because you're kind of relaxing and getting position anyway and not getting hung out. Obviously, numbers say that he should be there. Looks like there is some speed, not a lot. I mean, you got Pure Crazy Groove and Zucker Race, who probably will stop. Thundering March, I mean, you got both Buckleys have a shot in here on the outside, and both of them are horses that are kind of underneath type horses in these sprints. Hutch is probably better going long, but he's been short the last 2 races, but he's been hitting the board going short, just kind of runs his race. Maybe he's taking a little time to get fit before trying to go long. But his last race is good enough. I mean, he ran 3rd behind stablemate Thundering March. It's good enough to be 4th behind stablemate Thundering March. I'm going to go the 4-2, 10-9. These are the 2 Buckleys, 3rd and 4th, to round out your super. Oh, by the way, Monday, we'll talk about this again, but Monday we are going to be doing a special memorial for former trainer here, Sharon Waslick, who recently passed away. Obviously, all of our prayers and condolences go to the family of Sharon Waslick. I know Pete and Phil used to be here in the past, and they're great people, but we're going to do a memorial. It's going to be before the races, but around the time that I do this show. So I'm going to do a quicker version right after they do, and they're going to do it around 12:20. So around this time, around 12:35, I'll do a quick version of the show if you wanted to tune into that. And then we're going to do a presentation race after the first race in honor and in memory of Sharon Waslick. So just to give you a heads up for this coming Monday, it's going to be a great thing. We got the chaplain to say a few words, and again, it's for the family, and it's just sad news to hear that she passed. Because again, Waslicks are such great people, and they were good horsemen here in the past at Finger Lakes. Going distant past when I first started here. Okay, just wanted to give you a heads up on that. 7th race goes 5.5 furlongs. We do scratch. This is an important scratch because Comfortable Cat is quit. I mean, we've scratched one of these speeds and probably the speed of the race in Comfortable Cat. Maybe didn't play as much because he was off a layoff, but you know the horse has got a lot of speed. Still going to stick with Make a Joyful Noise. I had this horse picked because I thought the pace would back up to her. Maybe not as much pace now, but her last couple races are good enough. She looked good winning when she ran the non-winners of 2 Since the Date condition. Then tried that distance series race and ran well in there too. I mean, ran 3rd. I mean, Determined Love was backing up a little bit. I mean, that horse is just a short distance specialist. And War Tap was the only one that got to him, but I mean, it is a false close. Wartap closed too, and it is 5 furlongs, but it's just the horse stopping on the front end. So before you get too excited, wow, this horse made up a lot of ground. No, the other horse was stopping on the front end, but it was still a good effort that she wasn't that badly beaten because technically that's too short a distance of 5 furlongs. Better chance to, and this is the perfect distance for Make a Joyful Noise, 5.5 furlongs with that one run that she could make at the end. She should be tough. The 7, Let's MAGA. Yeah, I know a lot of you Trump fans are going to be playing this one. Comes off a good victory and then stepped up in class to the 11-9 and just ran against a tough group. I mentioned Grand Ole Indy runs earlier for Ilmar Loaiza. That's a much tougher group that she was up against. But the race before, as mentioned, it was kind of a surprise win. Not just a surprise, it was more her running style, how she won. But it was the perfect idea for that day. Inside speed was horrible. All of the winners were on the outside. And this horse closed on the outside to win that race. It was with the trend of the racetrack. It just took advantage of the bias. Unfortunately, they tried to do the same thing the next start. Maybe the connections didn't realize it was because of the bias that she closed ground to. But it was against tougher. I would just like to see this horse get a little more involved than try to sit back that far and make a run, because it's probably not going to happen again the way she won. It was more to do with the racetrack. I think, I don't want her on the lead here, but was sitting just off. At least there's a little less speed. I mean, Beautiful Karen looks to be the speed, but I think if she could sit right off of that one, she could win here. At least be first or second. I got her second. Lockbox certainly plays. She dropped a 5 last time. Didn't take advantage of the situation, of her advantage at all. It was poor tactics, and ended up running second where she should have won. She got beat by a pretty good horse in the condition, though, in Hypnocurrency, but she should have taken over when they went that slow, taken over the lead, and the horse probably wouldn't have caught her. Sometimes tactics can cost you, but the other horse was better than she was. She just had to take advantage of the pace to beat her, and she probably would have. Not the same thing today because you got Beautiful Karen in the race. Emmanuel Di Diego smartly goes to Make a Joyful Noise, is probably better than Lockbox, but she plays to be in the number. Again, Beautiful Karen could be dangerous here. Just mentioned, Let's MAGA beat her, but that was the day. It was a bad inside speed day. Well, who was the inside speed? Beautiful Karen. That makes her dangerous today, especially if the track is completely different, where it's favoring her running style. That happens. So notice she was part of an entry that was favored last time. Today you get 8-1 because she was against the bias and ran so bad. I think she plays. I had to cut down that pick 4 I'm giving you, so I didn't use her in there. But I would suggest if you're going to use another one, it'd be this horse, Beautiful Karen, just because she is dangerous speed. And with a scratch of Comfortable Cat, certainly helps her chances. Okay, last race. And this, I say this laughingly, but scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorado, and that's going to help the stablemate, Road to Royalty, because it was because of the presence of La Dama Dorado that Road to Royalty lost the last race. So maybe a good thing that La Dama Dorado is out of this race, that Road to Royalty could just go to the front end and win. Could get out there and relax and win. I mean, it is a little further today, a little different story than the 5 furlong race where she got that annoyance, which ended up beating her because they both went wide working against each other that race. It was Kitty Tintin who stole it up the inside and got the lead on Road to Royalty, and she doesn't pass horses at the end. There is other speed in here, and it is 6 furlongs, but she can get out there on the front line with Debbie Darling. And I think she's just better than these horses. But again, if it comes down to the wire and there's another horse battling with her, I wouldn't put my money on Road to Royalty at that point. This horse has 5 consecutive seconds going back to last year. Well, 4 of those seconds are against allowance horses. And that last second, of course, she was off a layoff, and it was because of the poor tactics that were used with the stablemate. So we'll see what happens today with Road to Royalty. You got to think she's going to improve off the race anyway, and she should be better than these 5,000 claimers. Jessica Race also, well, this one does drop this race. Has had 2 starts, has faced better in the past. Ran into Special Pal, who's a tough one on the front end. She couldn't make up that ground. 6 furlongs actually doesn't seem that bad for her, even though she's 0 for 9 at the distance. But she should put in a late run if Road to Royalty and Debbie Darling back up in this one. And maybe even Soul Emperatriz could get in the mix too. That one has been showing speed, but that's only because there wasn't much speed in those races, and she sent pretty hard. Ella Speed's another one that's got to be considered. She ran against special weights. She dropped down to 5 as probably one of the gifts of the year at odds of 5-2 that day. I can't believe this horse went off of 5-2. And then ran third, and that was her best effort last time, running third against the 2 lifetime 5s with that number. If she can improve that race a little bit, she can win here. And I'm just talking just a little bit. The only other horse I could use, unless you think Debbie Darling can clear early, that would be the other one. But Journey of Five's last race is good enough to put her in the Super. So, going to keep it easy. This is like a harness pick. 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't get any easier than 1, 2, 3, 4 in the last race. Anyway, enjoy today's card. Keep an eye on the weather and how this racetrack is going to play today. Right now we got labeled good, but there's always that possibility of more rain. It's a cooler day, so you may want to keep warm, wear a jacket, get your Patriot jacket off, wear it on, and get it on and get in the grandstand to watch today's exciting action here at Finger Lakes. We are dark the next few racing days. Next live day will be Monday with a 1 o'clock first post. So see you then.
The field for the Wednesday opener is out on the track. The 1 is Mass Appeal with Emmanuel De Diego. The 1A is Smooth Tails. Jackie Davis rides. The 2 is Devious Mo with Andre Worry. The 3 is Bustin' Pietri with Jeremias Flores. The 4 is Gandhi Dancing. Michael DeVilla Jr. rides. The 5 is Bowing Snowman with Rafael Rohina Jr. And the 6 is Big Bad Bud. Anthony Rodriguez is in the saddle. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome to another day here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Wrap the week on this Wednesday. I'm the Big A, Anthony Stabile, your track announcer. Pick 6 carryover starts in race number 3. Over $2,700 awaits. We have a track labeled good. Pick 4 early one starts here. Dave Tyson and I have tickets up. I went to that horse right there, Bustin' Pietri, who made his first start back at Finger Lakes in May and got the job done in gate-to-wire fashion. He broke from the rail that day in a $5,000 beaten race. Similar conditions. And then he was gone a couple of months, really 10 weeks. Caught a sloppy sealed track. He's raced well on wet tracks in the past, and he couldn't get the lead from his uncoupled stablemate Brachmaninoff. He also didn't break as alertly as he has in the past. And from the rail today, I would imagine that Flores is going to have the pedal to the metal, try and protect that position. The rail was good yesterday, whether you were on the lead or trying to make up ground. I think you want it to be inside for the most part, and he's going to be able to protect that rail with his speed. Let's put Bustin' Pietri on top. The 4, Gandhi Dancing, appreciated the cut back to the sprint last out and got the job done first off the claim for Asaph Ronan, who, with a small barn, has really had a fantastic meet up here. He's hit the board with almost half of his 19 runners and won first off the claim with this one. Another horse does very well on a wet track. 3 of his 8 career victories have come when there's moisture in the ground. He showed a lot more speed. It was a slow pace, but he showed a lot more speed on that cutback last time. I don't think he'll be anywhere near this pace, but it could behoove him to be a little bit closer. He's on the board at a really good price at 9-2. And then I put the solid 1, Mass Appeal, to wrap things up, part of the entry for Tim Murphy. Caught a couple of wet tracks. Gets a rider switch to Emmanuel De Diego. They teamed up to finish 3rd last year at this level when he was first time in this level for a while. He's had a really good career here at Finger Lakes. He hits the he's like a little ATM machine, and he gets a lot of checks, and that's what you like to see from these horses. We'll see if he can do the same in here. He's had some success on wet tracks, probably a little bit better on drier ground, but he gets a little pace throwing that in here, and I don't think he has to be too far off it. He may be the first one to come calling. 3-4-1. I used just the 3 and 4 to kick the ticket off. Best of luck if you're playing the pick 4s. PP's free over at fingerlakesgaming.com. You can study up for that pick 6 carryover that starts in race 3. Pick 5 starts in the 4th. Late pick 4, we'll have tickets for that too. They'll be up before race number 5. Enjoy your day here at Finger Lakes. Best of luck at the windows. Post time for the opener is in a little over 2 minutes. Have a fun day here at the Lakes. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute till the opener. The field for race 1 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Loading out of order, Bowing Snowman goes in first. Here's Bustin' Pietri. Mass Appeal goes in, joined by entry mate Smooth Tails. Devious Mo's next. Bowing Snowman getting a little anxious in the gate. Jockey Rafael Rohina off, now back on as Devious Mo goes in. Here's Gandy Dancing. The last to load is Big Bad Bud. Big Bad Bud. Big Bad Bud still behind the gate. Now he's in. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Wednesday opener. Bowing Snowman shows first. Now up the inside. Here comes Bustin' Pietri to grab the lead. Mass Appeal between those two. Then we come back to Big Bad Bud, who's just outside. Over moving up, Gandy Dancing to the inside is Smooth Tails, and at the back is Devious Mo. Bowing Snowman applying plenty of pressure to Bustin' Pietri, with Mass Appeal between those two through an opening quarter of 22-1. Here comes Gandy Dancing with a 4-wide move as the field makes their way midway on the turn. Bowing Snowman, Bustin' Pietri, Gandy Dancing 3 deep. Mass Appeal ready to tip 4 wide as the field makes their way off the turn and into the stretch. It's still Bustin' Pietri's trying to see it through. Dead aim for both Gandy Dancing and down the center Mass Appeal coming to the 8th pole. It's still Bustin' Pietri. He's still there. Gandy Dancing with every chance here in Farmington. It's still Bustin' Pietri. Gandy Dancing down to these two. Bustin' Pietri. Gandy Dancing. Bustin' Pietri. Gandy Dancing. That was too close to call. Did Bustin' Pietri go wire to wire? Did Gandy Dancing put him on him for a finish? Final time was 105-3. Number 3, Bustin' Pietri was first. 4, Gandy Dancing second. 5, Bowing Snowman third. 1, Mass Appeal finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circles at number 3, Bustin' Pietri. 5-year-old geldings the son of Bustin' Stones out of the It's No Joke mare Amulet. A New York bred, Bustin' Pietri is owned by Roddy J. Valenti, trained by Paul Barrow, winning rider Jeremias Flores, and it's official. $2 exact to 3-4, 1960. 50-cent try, 3-4-5, 26.37. 10-cent super, 3-4, 5-1, $13.55. Race 2 comes up next. It kicks off the first pick 3 of the afternoon. There's no changes in race number 2. Post time for the second is in just over 23 minutes. Folks, this Saturday, it's the Midsummer Derby, the Travers, at historic Saratoga Racecourse at Saratoga Springs, New York, and you can watch and wager on all of the action right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. A first post of 11:20 at Saratoga allows us to open the doors at 11 o'clock Saturday morning. 11 a.m. doors for the entire card from Saratoga. 14 races, 11:20 for the opener, 6:10 the approximate time for the Travers Stakes. Watch and wager on all the action right here. It's Travers Day this Saturday, August 24th. Doors open at 11 right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
All right, in the paddock for race number 2, really close finish in the third behind the 2 main contenders, Bustin Pietre and the 4 Gandy Dancing. Almost a replay of when they met earlier in the year, but Bustin Pietre was able to hold off his rival in that race, Jeremiah Flores, for Barrows. We go to the second race. It's an 11-9 claimer. We're going to stretch him out to a route, mile 70. Exacta tries Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts in race number 2. Pretty competitive heat here. I'll start with the 2. Joe's Had Enough. A little bit of a price in here at odds of 3-1. Third choice on the board right now. Seemed to have improved last time, going from the 5,000, even stepping up to face the 11-9s. The numbers improved enough that he ran second behind favored Convertible Force. And that was a heavy, heavy favorite in that race. Convertible Freeze, I keep saying Force, but that one ran solid to give that horse a little bit of a tussle in the late stages, and that was after winning twice in a row on off tracks for 5,000. Stays at the 11-9 level. If he could repeat that performance, he can win here in race number 2. Use Kong Loves a Fight for second, mainly because of his running style. Seems to be some speed in here. You got Sneeds as the speed of the speed. You got to figure he's going to be on the front end, but might not be alone. You got Central Love and even Maddie's Express outside him. The other ones want to be close, so he may be doing 48 to keep that early lead, talking about Sneeds. But that's enough of a pace to back up for a horse like Kong Loves a Fight, who's the main true closer in here, who will be last early. See if they back up to him. He does drop slightly to the 11-9, but a little over his head against some tough horses like Rose's Pepino and Rhymes Like Dimes. This is a lot easier and better pace scenario. Maddie's Express is the 6 horse. He's also got tactical speed, maybe more of the presser on the outside. Also comes out of the Convertible Freeze race. He was outrun by Joe's Had Enough, so he'll have to run better than he did last time to win this race, at least better than him. But he's fits very nicely in this condition at this level, and he's a top 3 threat. So 7 minutes to post for race number 2. Exacta tries Super Daily Double, and pick 3 starts here.
The field for race 2 is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Kong Loves a Fight. Paul Barrow and Jeremiah Flores' rider look to sweep the early double. The 2 is Joe's Had Enough with Luis Perez. The 3 is Sneeds with Emmanuel de Diego. The 4 is Pot of Gold. Jackie Davis rides. The 5 is Central Love with Heeman Harkey. And the 6 is Maddie's Express with Kevin Navarro in the saddle. All right, exciting opener with Bustin Pietre being able to hold off a pesky Gandy Dancing. We'll go 1.70 miles here in race number 2. Joe's Had Enough. 1, 2, and 3 back over wet tracks, and then fast track. Kind of made a little bit of a middle move last time out when bumping up to the 11,000, and he just got a little tired late. I would imagine that Luis Perez, who picked up the riding duties last time may have learned that he's better when he's on the lead. Now, the problem today is he has Central Love, who's kind of quick. He has Sneeds, who is coming out of sprints, and Sneeds hasn't gone long since last December down at Penn National. I he never showed speed in the past going long. Sneeds is a weird cat because he never shows speed going long, but then he's closer in the sprints. It's counterintuitive. I wonder what Diego does with Sneeds today. The race may very well go through Sneeds because if Sneeds doesn't put pressure on Joe's Had Enough, he might just blast off here today. That's what I would do, but I'm about, I don't know, 255 pounds overweight at this point. And now you see a big punch on Joe's Had Enough. I think if you're looking for an alternative, the interesting horse in here is Kong Loves a Fight, who's dropping in from the restricted state bred allowance races back in for a tag. Now, he hasn't been eligible for a tag since November of last year. He came off the layoff of Paul Barrow, him and Jeremiah Flores trying to sweep the early double for the waiver. And he ran him for the nickel, and he came flying late. Waited till June to run him going the 6th. This horse is better with some ground, whether it's going the longest sprint distance we have here, 6 furlongs, all the 2 turns. I don't think he's going to mind the class relief because he's been running against Roses Pepino and Rhymes Like Dimes and ASAP Restoration. He's been running against better horses. There's no doubt about that. I almost put him on top. The way the track was playing yesterday, I know the inside was good, but I think you want it to be a little closer. That's why I went to Joe's Had Enough. If I knew they were going to be this big of disparity on the board, probably would have flipped them. In any event, I put him second. And then the number 6, Maddie's Express is a huge price. He was 5-2 on the morning line. He's all the way up to 7-1. If somebody comes calling first on a speed duel, should it develop? Should Sneeds go after Joe's Had Enough? Should Central Love show some speed? I think Maddie's Express is going to be in the right spot. Because from the 6th draw, he probably can't be that aggressive, but he should be able to work out a good trip. And he's the best price of these horses now. I thought Kong Loves a Fight would be, but he's not. Maddie's Express is. So we'll see what kind of trip Kevin Navarro can work out for this son of Admiral Kitten. 216 here in the second. The first pick 3 of the day kicks off. Best of luck here at Finger Lakes. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 2 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Kong Loves a Fight goes in. Here's current favorite Joe's Had Enough, the gray. Sneed stretching out today goes forward. Pot of Gold goes in. Central Love is up next. And the last to load is Maddie's Express. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes Sneed's right to the lead. Joe's Had Enough to graze inside second. Maddie's Express rushes up on the far outside to grab some position. Between them is Central Love. Pot of Gold is 5 lengths from the lead, and the distant trailer is Kong Loves a Fight. He's already 10 from the top. Sneed's in the middle of the track, has the lead with Emmanuel De Diego. They have a 2-length lead. Central Love moves up along the inside, a joint second now with Maddie's Express as they go the opening quarter in a sharp 24-3. 2.5, 3 lengths back to Joe's Had Enough. The even money favorite has about 6 to make up. Then Pot of Gold and nothing yet from Kong Loves a Fight as they make their way up the backstretch here at Finger Lakes, led by Sneeds. Sneeds trying to stretch his speed today. He's 2 to the good of Central Love, who's just inside of Maddie's Express. Poised in the center of the track, 3 or 4 deep. There's Joe's Had Enough. The favorite starts to roll now as they approach the far turn. 2 more back to Pot of Gold. Kong Loves a Fight gets a bit closer. He still has 8 or 9 to make up. The half went in 49-1, and right now Joe's Had Enough. Luis Perez says, let's go, and midway on the turn, he just took the lead right away from Sneeds, trying to match strides between his Maddie's Express. Central Love trying to make up ground. Still nothing from Pot of Gold or Kong Loves a Fight. They're coming off the turn and into the stretch through 3 quarters in 1:14-2, and it's all Joe's Had Enough. Joe's Had Enough comes up to the 8th pole, and he has a 4-length lead. Central Love, not really a challenge. He's the closest to him, but he might as well be a football field away. Luis Perez starts to gear down. Joe's Had Enough, and he's still going to win it by 6 or 7. Then it was Central Love. Maddie's Express, it got tight for 4th between Kong Loves a Fight and Pot of Gold in 1:45-1. Number 2, Joe's Had Enough was first. 5, Central Love second. 6, Maddie's Express third. It's a photo for 4th. Number 4, Pot of Gold, finished 4th. 2564 here in race 2. Returning to the winner's circle for Lima Time is the number 2, Joe's Had Enough. 4-year-old gelding, the son of He's Had Enough. Out of the Ghost Apamea, Kansas Queen. Joe's Had Enough's owned by Lima Horse Racing LLC, trained by Ilmar Loiza, winning rider Luis Perez. $2 double 3-2, 1360. $2 exacta, 2-5, 1840. 50-cent try, 256, $9 and a nickel. And the 10-cent super, 2-5, 6-4, $6.27. Race 3 comes up next. It's the start of today's $1 pick 6. Today's pick 6 features a carryover of $2,717. Here are the changes for the remaining races. No changes in race 3. If you turn to race 4, you can scratch the 6, Akduliba. Race 4, scratch the 6. Race number 5, scratch the 1, Been Good to Know Ya. And the 8 with no name. Race number 5, scratch the 1 and 8. Race 6, scratch the 6, Escape Mission. Race 6, scratch the 6. Race 7, scratch the 5, Comfortable Cat. Race 7, scratch the 5. And then the finale, race 8, scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Race 8, scratch the 1A. Once again, the $1 pick 6 starts here. Features a carryover of $2,717. Track is good. Free PPs over at fingerlakesgaming.com to study up for today's pick 6. It starts here in race 3, and post time for the 3rd is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, come on out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack on Monday, September 2nd, for our annual Labor Day extravaganza. This year, we're going to make it an old-fashioned Labor Day as we roll back the price of hot dogs to just $2 and sodas to $1 beginning at noon on the clubhouse side. Also on Labor Day, we'll host our annual Jockey's Foot Race, a fundraiser for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, also known as the PDJF. Finger Lakes will donate $200 for each jockey that participates in the foot race. There'll be a couple of how-to-bet seminars at 12:15 and 12:45 in the lower clubhouse. Your Finger Lakes racing programs on track will be free at both program stand outlets. And finally, the featured event of the day, the $50,000 Arctic Queen. Sure to be a highlight on what figures to be a great day of racing. It's Monday, September 2nd, our annual Labor Day at the races here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Post time is 1 p.m. You don't want to miss it.
11 minutes opposed for race number 3, and no doubt about that winner. Joe's had enough, made it look easy. Louis Perez for trainer Ilmar Loaiza. I guess you could say much the best in race number 2. All right, let's go to the third. We start the pick 6. It's a $1 pick 6. Small carryover of almost 3,000. So 11 and 9 claimer, and I figure a couple horses going to get some play. Hard to leave out Grand Lady Indy, always right there. I said earlier, she just doesn't win by a lot, but she'll always make it a good horse race. Last time, maybe got beat by a better horse. Lincolnville Beach is no slouch, but she was more of the closer. She had to get the right kind of trip to catch Grand Lady Indy, and she was able to do so on the outside. She made a nice early move to get to Grand Lady early, and they went to the wire together. Race before was against a pretty tough group where she finished second against a horse that would dominate the rest of these. So numbers-wise, class-wise, she should beat these, but she does run to her competition, so she should make it interesting. She's the horse to beat, though. She's getting some play at even money. The 7 is Honorable Lily. She takes a slight drop in class and comes off a pretty good effort behind She's Dancing. It was far back to the third-place horse. She was a clear second after leading all the way. Obviously no excuse, as she did some slow fractions, but she's not a speed horse, and maybe she doesn't want to be on the front end. More of an outside stalker trip here. She wasn't that badly beaten by Bustin' Roxy when that one was lone speed. Honorable Lily plays in here, and she's going to be a little bit of a price. 5-1 right now on the board. The 2 is Lady Quinn. Well, she'll have to make up some lengths on Grand Lady Indy. Well, maybe Grand Lady Indy will let her, but she does make it close. And you got to think the 2 main contenders to Grand Lady Indy are Lady Quinn and Honorable Lily. They're not as good as Grand Lady Indy, but if she looks for competition late, those are one of the 2 that might provide it. Lady Quinn coming off a third-place finish last time, a couple lengths behind Grand Lady Indy without a ton of excuses. Her previous start, she didn't beat anything in a waiver claimer, but she does make her 3rd start of the year, and she doesn't mind moisture in the racetrack, as 2 of her 5 wins have been on and off track. So those are the main contenders in race number 3. We start the pick 6 with this race.
The field for race number 3 is coming out onto the track. The one is Wabunsi with Jackie Davis aboard. The 2 is Lady Quinn. Cabracoa rides. The 3 is Grand Lady Indy. Heeman Harkey's aboard. The 4 is the New Miami. John Berrios in the saddle. The 5 is Miss Pab with Joel Cruz. The 6 is Flattery's Music. Michael DeVilla Jr. is in the saddle. And the 7's Honorable Lily. Jeremiah Flores looks for his second win on the card. All right, Devious Mo here from me. Sorry, wrong race. Lady Quinn here for me. I didn't even like Devious Mo today. Lady Quinn here. She looked real good coming off the layoff. Stalked, pounced, and just galloped in for the nickel waiver. Stepped up to the 11 last time. And she gave a good account of herself. I think Koa maybe thought they were going to come back to him because he was a little closer to a softer pace, but it didn't happen. And listen, Caber's doing a fantastic job in leading rider, but if he had one back, I think that might have been it. I think he may have went after them a little sooner, and I think it's kind of guised as well. She didn't really like this jump up in class. She was pretty competitive for the 11,000 in these kind of races last year, and I don't think it was that. I just think it was a slight error. And I think now, I know Grand Lady Indy beat her last time, but I don't think she should have. And I love the difference in price here. In fact, I can't believe she's third choice. I went with Lady Quinn here today. She's 2 for 5 on wet tracks as well. That should not be an issue. I think she gets the right trip today. I'll take Lady Quinn at 7 to 2 to 3. Grand Lady Indy makes a lot of sense. She won a couple, finished second a couple of times against some nice competition, especially 2 back. You know, I think my problem with her is I know she wins the photos she's in, but she finishes second and third an awful lot more than she wins. And I know most horses do, but she's almost too competitive to not win more. And I think, despite her photo finish victories, that maybe there's a little bit of hang in her. And that sounds really foolish to say, but I kind of think that. Probably should have got the job done last time off a fairly easy trip, despite being wide. I don't think he minded being wide that day. So I took a little shot against her. She's obviously a strong win candidate here. She's never missed a board at Finger Lakes. Lots to like about her. I just don't like the price. I'd rather have Lady Quinn at twice the price. And then finally the 6, Flattery's Music. I thought it was those two. To the point where I only used those 2 in my pick 4 ticket. Flattery's Music rounds things out. I think she would need a collapse of a pace in here. And I don't know if Honorable Lily's going to come gunning out of there from the outside draw. I don't know what the New Miami's going to do. This bunch is not the speediest early. Maybe Wabunsi from the rail first off the claim. I don't. This is a murky pace scenario for me. That's why I wanted to put into the hands of our leading rider. But Flattery's Music, if she can get some pace, I don't think her getting drawn in helps her cause. I think she needs pace to run at. We'll see how it unfolds. She has races last October and September that put her on the lead, and we'll see if Michael DeVilla Jr. maybe reverts to those tactics. 236 for me here as the pick 6 begins. $2,717 carryover. Best of luck if you're playing. Starts right here in race 3. Post time a little over 2 minutes away. Post time's in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 3, the start of today's pick 6, is at the gate, and it's post time. Wabunsi goes in first. Here's Lady Quinn. Even money favorite Grand Lady Indy goes forward. The New Miami's the longest shot on the board. Here's Miss Pab at a big price. Flattery's music goes forward. And the gray mare, Honorable Lily's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Last in, first out, Honorable Lily to the lead on the outside. Wabunsi up the rail, so in and out. They duke it out on the front end. Lady Quinn back in third with the favorite Grand Lady Indy fourth, just 2.5 from the front. On her outside's the New Miami. It's a gap of 2. Back to Miss Pab and Flattery's music. Honorable Lily. The gray is in front of length. Wabunsi trying to keep pace along the rail through an opening quarter in a swift 23 flat. Lady Quinn, K-Barkoa ranges up 3 wide, poised to pounce, now moves into second. Grand Lady Indy follows that move. From the back, Flattery's music's with a 4 wide bid. As the New Miami backpedals, Miss Pab still trails off the turn into the stretch. Here comes Lady Quinn. Lady Quinn comes a-calling on both Honorable Lily and Wabunsi. Grand Lady Indy takes aim, so does Flattery's music. They're coming to the 16th pole. Lady Quinn's almost home. Flattery's music her only challenger. She's not a challenge at all. Lady Quinn's going to win the third and start the pick 6 by 3.5. Then it was Flattery's music and Wabunsi, all of them across the line for fourth in 106 and 3. Number 2, Lady Quinn was first. It's a photo for second. Number 6, Flattery's Music was second. 1, Wabunsi third. 5, Miss Pab finished fourth. 2-6-1-5 here in the third. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 2, Lady Quinn. She's a 4-year-old daughter of Central Banker out of the Pleasant Tap mare Wrigley Ivy. A New York bred, Lady Quinn is owned and trained by leading trainer Michael Anthony Ferraro. Winning rider, our leading rider, Cabracoa. $2 double, 2-2, 17.40. $2 exacta, 2-6, 31.20. 50-cent try, 2-6-1, $54.37. And the dime super, 2-6-1-5, $62.80. Race 4 comes up next. We wrap the early pick 4 and start off today's 50-cent pick 5. In the fourth, you could scratch the 6. Akduliba. Race 4, scratch the 6. Post time for the fourth is in just over 23 minutes.
Right, horses are getting ready for race number 4. Looking back at the third, Lady Quinn, big effort from that one today. She looked like the winner all the way around the racetrack as Kiberkoa wasn't moving a muscle till they hit the stretch, and the other ones seemed to be chasing her. But Lady Quinn, today was her day. Easy win for M. Anthony Ferraro. Koa just keeps winning races, had 3 victories on yesterday's card. Fourth race is a never won 4 condition along with a never won 2 Cincinnati condition as well. We start the pick 5 with this race. Start with the 2 Flash Kiss, who's probably ran one of his best races that he's run, even though it was for 5,000. He was very impressive. As Big George's Kingdom opened up a very easy lead in that race. Big George's Kingdom was lone speed, dropping in for 5,000. And Flash Kiss just went by him with very little resistance and cruised to victory in a pretty decent time for the level and the day. See if he could do it again. The speed is going to come from Riley B and others. You got to figure Jitter Juice is going to be on the front line as well. But Jitter Juice doesn't seem to be the same horse as he was last year. That way, Flash Kiss just has to repeat that last performance and do it on the off track. But I guess that's a concern, how he's going to handle the track. Where we just resurface the track and we get an off track today. He has not hit the board in his other 2 starts on off track against better competition. So it's all about how he handles the track, because off of the last victories, he does look like the one to beat in here. Mentioned Jitter Juice, kind of a disappointment this year. He's been a beaten favorite both starts, and really not much excuse last time, as it was a good speed day and he was on the front line before fading. He does like this distance of a mile and a 16th, and he still is a really nice looking horse. You look at him in the paddock, he looks like a stakes horse. Well, he's making his 3rd start of the year, better pace scenario, and you can see a bounce back effort from Jitter Juice, who's at 9-2. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 5 starts in the 4th. You got 7 minutes to post.
The field for race 4, the start of the pick 5, is coming out onto the track. The 1 is Ring Good with Emmanuel De Diego. The 2 is Flash Kiss with Andre Worry. The 3 is Samurai Saint. Joel Cruz rides. The 4 is Riley B with He-Man Harkey. The 5 is Interstate. John Berrios is in the saddle. Scratch the 6, Akduliba. The 7 is Jitter Juice. Cabracoa looks to go back to back. And the 8's Causalistic. Luis Perez looks for his 2nd win on the day. I want me some Jitter Juice in here, folks. See Koa giving her a little bit of a warm-up. Him a little bit of a warm-up, I should say. And square price at 9-2. He's actually the 2nd choice. We'll see what kind of a trip he works out from the draw. Sort of stretched out to the mile and an 1/8 last time. And that was an open race. That was a straight 62.50. And he was alternating on the lead, and they went decent enough fractions. This is considerable class relief. And he loves a wet track. The horses up here that like it and stuff, he loves it. And it's the real reason I gave him the edge, the main reason I should say I gave him the edge over the others in here. We'll see if he can work out the right kind of trip from just off the pace. The 8, Causalistic, 3 seconds in a row. He won a start back in March when Carl O'Callahan first took over the training, and then he hasn't missed the board. Hasn't missed the exacta since Carl took over the training. He's done a really good job with him. He was really, really, really far back last time, and 2 back he got off slowly, and he was right on the pace, and he was as far back as he's really ever been last time. And the real running was over by the time he got going, but he was able to get second by a long way. We'll see if he can improve and be a little bit closer. Luis Perez, been hard to keep a rider on this, as well as he's run. This is going to be his 4th rider in 5 starts for the barn. See if he improves today. Perez been riding well. And then finally the favorite is the number 2, Flash Kiss. He galloped going around 2 turns for the first time last time in the 5,003 life. Big George's Kingdom came back to win. His wet track figs are okay. One of them is. I don't think this horse really wants a wet track. So hopefully he runs to his old wet track form if you're in our camp and you're trying to bet against him today. You see he's behind the gate, and he's getting a saddle adjustment with Andre Worry. Andre Worry's not off, but they're adjusting the saddle. I've never seen this. We'll try and figure out what's going on with that. But there's still 5 minutes to post, and he's right behind the gate. So Andre had to bring this horse behind the gate to get that saddle adjusted. Smart move. And it looks like he's going to go back and join his friends who are milling about behind the starting gate for the warm-up. All right, 782. Honorable mention to the 1, Ring Good. I think Ring Good might be able to get a piece of the price if you're looking to bet tries and supers. Maybe get him in the number. 782 for me. Best of luck here in race number 4. It kicks off today's 50-cent pick 5. Post times in less than a minute. The field for race 4 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time as we kick off today's pick 5. Ring Good, the first to load, followed by your current favorite, Flash Kiss. Here's Samurai Saint. Riley B could be the hunch play of the day for me. I called the first race with a bee in my hair. True story. Big Long Shot Interstate's up next. Here's Jitter Juice. And the last load is Causalistic. They're in the gate. And they're off. Jitter Juice, K-Barkoa hustling him to the lead, and Jitter Juice clears before they pass the wire the first time. He's got a length in front of Riley B, who moves up into second. Outside of Riley B is Long Shot Interstate, then Flash Kiss, and Ring Good protects his position at the rail. Causalistics 5 wide into the first turn, and behind the line of them, Samurai Saint can see them all, 6 lengths from the leader. It's Jitter Juice who takes them around the clubhouse turn through an opening quarter in 25 seconds flat. Outside Interstate, Riley B's between. To the rail, it's Ring Good. Then we have the favorite, Flash Kiss. He's got 4 to make up. Causalistic has 6 to make up, and still at the back is the Samurai Saint. Koa has Jitter Juice, a length and a half to the good, through a half in 49 and 4. It's Jitter Juice moving up outside of him. Interstate trying to post a giant upset here as the field makes their way to the far turn. Jitter Juice, Interstate's under a drive. Ring Good's up the rail. The favorite, Flash Kiss, moves into contention with a 3 wide bid between horses. There is Riley B. Then we come back to a rallying Causalistic, and the trailer is Samurai Saint, 3/4 and 115. Off the turn, into the stretch. Jitter Juice trying to see it through. He just opened the 2-length lead. Ring Good, dead aim. Here comes Flash Kiss. Here comes Causalistic. They're coming to the 16th pole. Jitter Juice is on his hands and knees. Flash Kiss got him. Flash Kiss and Jitter Juice. Jitter Juice, Flash Kiss. Jitter Juice, Flash Kiss. Jitter Juice held on. Wow, what an effort from Jitter Juice. He held off Flash Kiss, who looked chicken dinner at the 8th pole. Then Ring Good in 148 and 1. Photo finish, hold all tickets. Number 7, Jitter Juice was first. 2, Flash Kiss second. 1, Ring Good third. 5, Interstate finished fourth. Returning to the winner's circle as game as can be is the number 7, Jitter Juice. The 6-year-old geldings are son of Carpe Diem out of the El Corredor mare, Coffee. Jitter Juice is owned by Happy Face Racing Stable and trained by Michael S. Ferraro Sr. 2 in a row for jockey Cabercoa. That's official. $2 double 2-7, $29.60. $2 exact to 7-2, 13 even. 50-cent try, 7-2-1, $14.75. 10-cent super, 7-2, 1-5, $23.97. 50-cent pick 3, 2-2-7, $15.37. And the 50-cent pick 4, 3-2-2-7, $48.50. We wrap the early pick 4, kick off the late pick 4. Race 5 comes up next. Scratch the 1, bid good to know ya. And the 8 with no name. Scratch the 1 and 8. Race 6, scratch the 6, escape mission. Race 6, scratch the 6. Race 7, take out the 1 lockbox and the 5 comfortable cat. Race 7, scratch the 1 and 5. And in race number 8, scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Race 8, scratch the 1A. Post time for the 5th, the start of the late pick 4, is in just over 23 minutes. Folks, don't forget to come out to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack this Saturday. Simulcast action on the Midsummer Derby, the Travers, from historic Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. First post at Saratoga on Saturdays, 11:20 for the 14-race card. Travers goes to post at around 6:10. We'll be open early, 11 a.m. doors, so you can watch and wager on the entire Travers Day card from Saratoga Racetrack. It's the Travers. Doors open 11 o'clock. Right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack this Saturday. Folks, we had a claim at a race 4. The winner, the number 7 Jitter Juice, to new owner trainer Christopher Fung. New owner trainer Christopher Fung claimed the number 7 Jitter Juice out of race number 4.
All right, ready for the race number 5. Good finish between the two favorites, Jitter Juice and Flash Kiss. Looked like Flash Kiss was going to go by him, but that 25 first quarter alone on the lead for Jitter Juice. So he had something left in the tank, and Flash Kiss just didn't go by him. Kieber Koa gets another victory. That one for Michael S. Ferraro. We go to the 5th and scratch the 1. Been Good to Know You would have been a big favorite in here. Scratch the 8 with No Name. Opens up the race a little bit with that scratch of the 1. You got to look at a couple of them here. You got Go Get the Bag, who dropped slightly in class to 5 after finishing off the board against the 11 and 9s. Was in for the waiver claim when breaking his maiden. So this looks like a realistic spot for Go Get the Bag. He's had 3 starts on the off track before and hasn't been that badly beaten when encountering moisture in the track. Other horses to consider, you got the 7, McDonough. Logical horse, dropping from the 11 to 9. Hasn't been badly beaten. Went to the front last time in a race that didn't have a lot of speed. Looked like he was going to win the race as they turned for home. He still had that length lead, but then stopped in the late stages. Maybe didn't want to be on the front. It was not a good day for inside speed as well. A lot of outside winners that day. So give McDonough another chance, at least to be in the top 3. He's at odds of 5 to 1. Certainly the drop in class has got to help. Another drop down is the 6, Mortgage Rate. Mortgage Rate will put the blinkers back on after going without them the last couple starts. And the last time this horse hit the board was with the blinkers, going 6 furlongs back in June against the 11 and 9. So now gets blinkers back on, plus some class relief, dropping to 5,000. Has running on off tracks a couple times and didn't hit the board in either one of them. But both those races were against tougher, one of them against allowance competition. The 5 horse is Keegs. Keegs was actually bothered by BC Glory Days in the late stages of that race. Might have cost him the win, but of course they ended up claiming foul. But what are you going to do? BC Glory Days finished behind Keegs in that race, and he was the cause of the issue. But 2 good races since arriving at Finger Lakes, so he's going in the right direction. And Keegs has a tactical speed, which should put him right up close with BC Glory Days and Go Get the Bag. So 9 minutes to post for race number 5. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts here. Scratch the 1 and the 8.
The field for race 5's on the track. Scratch to 1, been good to know you. The 2 is BC Glory Days with Michael DeVilla Jr. 3 is 8 Sunset Drive. John Berrios rides. 4 is Go Get the Bag with Andre Worry. The 5 is Keegs with Luis Perez. The 6 is Mortgage Rate. Emmanuel De Diego's in the saddle. The 7's McDonough with Carlos Camillo. Scratch the 8 with No Name. And the 9's More Valor with Stephen Frett in the saddle. All right. Pick 4 ticket went up. It's $30. Go Get the Bag from me here. Broke the maiden for the nickel, tried the 11, back in for the nickel. Paul Barrow wins races because he puts them where they belong. He gave the horse one shot because he broke his maiden, I would imagine, because he broke his maiden as impressively as he did. And then when he wasn't competitive at all last time, he got beat 4 1/4 lengths. He might as well have gotten beat from here to my house in Howard Beach. He just didn't run. He puts Worry back. He drops in for the nickel, and we'll see if he can get the money. He is 5-2 current favorite. This is a wide open board. One horse is double digits. Everybody else is in single digits. But I put Go Get the Bag on top of Keegs. It took Keegs a long time to get to the races from Michael Anthony Ferraro. Not as far as the calendar goes, but he kept entering them, and they kept scratching and enter and scratch. He ran him for the nickel. He crop dusted his rivals. He ran him back for the 2 Life. It's so hard to win at any level, from the maiden to the next level. He faced winners for the first time. He was game as could be. He was probably best that day off a little bit of a tough trip and deep stretch. But if he can come back to one of those 2 races, he'll be right there today, I would think. He's a square price at 7-2. And then finally the 6. I just used the 4 and 5 in my pick 4. Rounded out with Mortgage Rate. He gets the blinkers back on for Ralphie D. His races with blinkers I thought were much better than went out. He drops for the nickel for the first time. And the drop, they say the best hop's the drop at the last 2 races. He didn't do much running at all from the quarter pole home. So, and I thought he would take some money off the class drop. He hasn't. I don't know if that's a good or a bad. It's probably a bad sign. But if you're looking for a price, he might be for you at 6-1. 4, 5, 6 here in the 5th. Best of luck if you're playing in the late pick 4. Starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch here in race 5. Upon advice of the track vet, the number 5 Keegs is a late scratch. Win, play, show, exacta, try, superfecta wagers with the number 5 Keegs will all be refunded. If you have a double closing or a pick 3 middling and closing, you'll get a console pick 3. If you use this horse in the pick 4, the pick 5, or the pick 6, you'll get the favorite at final odds. Once again, late scratch here in race 5. Scratch the number 5, Keegs. Post time's in about a minute. The field for race 5 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. BC Glory Days goes in first. Eight Sunset Drives next. Here's Go Get the Bag. Mortgage Rate goes forward. Here's McDonough. More Valor's the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. There goes 8 Sunset Drive, McDonough, and on the far outside, More Valor. It's McDonough and More Valor vying for the lead. Along the inside, there comes BC Glory Days, who was just passed by Mortgage Rate. The two at the back are 8 Sunset Drive and Go Get the Bag. More Valor battling it out with McDonough. These two, the opening quarter in a swift 22-4. Mortgage Rate in the offing, tracking in third. Following that move is Go Get the Bag, who's out of last. Then we come back to BC Glory Days. 8 Sunset Drive trails. Midway on the turn, McDonough dealing with Mortgage Rate. Up the inside, BC Glory Days. 3 wide Destiny for Go Get the Bag. Slipping up the inside there, BC Glory Days to a 46 4 half. Just grabbed the lead with Michael DeVilla Jr. Cut the corner and opened up. Mortgage Rate trying to stay with him. Between McDonough. They come to the 8th pole. BC Glory Days. Mortgage Rate with dead aim if good enough. Trying to battle on McDonough. 16th pole. It's still BC Glory Days. Here comes Mortgage Rate. BC Glory Days. Mortgage Rate got him, and he wins it by 3 parts of a length. Then it was BC Glory Days, Go Get the Bag, Got the Show Dough from McDonough in 113 flat. Number 6, Mortgage Rate was first. 2, BC Glory Days second. It's a photo for third. Four, Go Get the Bag was third. 7, McDonough was fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget there was a late scratch there for the number 5, Keegs. Win, play, show, exacta, try, super, all refunded. Doubles ending, pick threes, middling, and ending. You'll get a conso. If you use this horse in the pick 4, the pick 5, or pick 6, you get the post time favorite. That was the number 7, McDonough, who finished fourth. Turn to the winner's circles, the number 6, Mortgage Rate. He's a 3-year-old gelding by Central Banker. Out of the Violence Mare, You Make Me Blush. A New York bred. Mortgage Rate is owned and trained by Ralph D'Alessandro. I saw you try to hide the cigar behind your back. Winning rider, Emmanuel De Diego, and it's official. $2 double 7.6, 39 even. Conso $2 double 7.5, $8.90. $2 exacta 6.2, 32.20. 50-cent try 6.24, $20.62. 10-cent super 6.247, $5.65. 50-cent pick 3 276, 43.62. 50-cent conso pick 3 275, $7.60. Race 6 comes up next. Kicks off the final pick 3 of the day. Scratch the 6 escape mission. Race 6, scratch the 6. Post time for race 6 is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, we had a claim out of race number 5. The 7, McDonough, to new owner Forgotten Man Racing, new trainer Asaph Ronan. Forgotten Man Racing new owner. Asaph Ronan new trainer. Claim of the number 7, McDonough.
Got about 10 minutes to post for race number 6. That was Mortgage Rate on the drop-in class. Able to catch BC Glory Days. BC Glory Days made a nice inside move under Michael Davila, but just cannot get through the 2 lifetime condition at 1 for 46. Likes to finish in that second spot, but his Mortgage Rate just a little bit better. Emmanuel DiDiego for owner-trainer Ralph D'Alessandro. That'll start off the pick 4. 6th race, a never won 3 condition of claimers going 6 furlongs. And to start with the 4, Nemo's Fortune. Nemo's Fortune didn't break all that sharp in his return race when in for the waiver claim. That was off of a layoff. Had last been seen last year when dropping to 5,000, won that day in gate-to-wire fashion, was left alone on the lead in a rout. And this horse has been running primarily long, so back in a sprint, maybe not his best distance, but he did run pretty well in that sprint race off the layoff that you got to consider him today because it was the same type of horses, and he can improve off of that race, making his second start of the year, and again in for the waiver claim. Currently at odds of 4-1. Obviously 0 for 9 at the distance. He's more of a router, but against these horses, got to be considered. Pure Crazy Groove, probably hoping that the track dries out, as he just did not take to the racetrack at all when running on it on July 30th, and just was never really in it, and then backed up badly. And he didn't break all that well to begin with, but then stopped at a certain point in the race. Came back against a much easier field, including, of course, BC Glory Days much improved, but he was able to win that day and did it in actually a decent time for the day in the level. So he's going to get bet off of that race at 7-5, but he's got to handle a little bit of moisture in the track. At least it's not a sloppy track like it was that mile where he just simply didn't take to it back on July 30th. The 10 horse is Thundering March. Should be closing late, but here's another one that does like to get second. He's got a string of seconds, 3 in a row, and no real excuse last time except for just a little bit too late. So it's not won on an off track, but it did rally on it last time. So he's at the mercy of the pace and the post, but a tough horse not to use or not to use in the superfectas. Same thing with Hutch. Hutch wasn't badly beaten behind Thundering March in his last race. Look for him to be closing late in here. It's just a matter of this pace backing up to him, and the pace seems to come from Pure Crazy Groove and Zuka Race on the inside. So 7 minutes to post for the 6. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 3 starts in here. It was a big late scratch of the early scratch of the 6, Escape Mission.
The field for race 6 is out on the track. The 1 is Captain of My Heart. Jackie Davis rides. The 3 is Zuka Race with Emmanuel De Diego. 4 is Nemo's Fortune. Jose Baez is in the saddle. The 5 is Blacksmith Strong with Andre Worry. Scratch the 6, Escape Mission. The 7's Blue Lieutenant. Joel Cruz is in the saddle. Uncle Vic is the 8. Rafael Rohina Jr. rides. The 9 is Hutch with Kevin Navarro. 10 is Thundering March with Luis Perez. And the 2 is Pure Crazy Groove with Dalton Brown. He's your favorite right now. A little surprised by that. I went to the outside here, folks. The 10 Thundering March. Got to get him over that case of second-itis. 3 consecutive runner-up performances here after kind of rounding into form the first 2 starts of the year for Jonathan Buckley. Regular rider Luis Perez aboard. You know, there's not much to say in these 3 life races. They're here for a reason. And you just try and, there's an element of guesswork here. You're trying to guess right with these horses. And, you know, like I said, it's hard to really endorse a horse that has all of these second place finishes. And the problem is, Escape Mission is scratched in here. And he was going to put most of the speed on, I guess, Nemo's Fortune. And I would imagine with all of this money coming in, Pure Crazy Groove is going to be very forward as well. So, I'll stick to my guns with Thundering March, but it's far from a ringing endorsement. In fact, if you were looking to play the race, the other Jonathan Buckley, the number 9 Hutch, is a crazy price at 17 to 1. He's had just 2 starts this year. Certainly looked like he needed to knock the rust off first time out. He didn't break well. He broke much better in his subsequent start, and he was wide. Now he figures to be wide again from the 9 draw, and there's not a lot of speed in here. In the past, when he's been in races where there was not a lot of speed, he's been better. He's been able to lay a little closer and have to make up less ground. So I think, unlike his barnmate, Thundering March, Hutch benefits from the lack of speed in here. I think it draws him in closer early. And he's a much better price. They were 3 to 1 and 4 to 1 morning line. They're 9 to 2 and 14 to 1 in real-time odds right now. Crazy difference on the board. And then finally, the one taking all the money here, Pure Crazy Groove. He went wire to wire essentially last time out when cutting back to his sprint. He broke his maiden sprinting. They tried him long in his first start here. It obviously didn't go well. And he got the money last time, and he got it pretty easily too. I guess they're expecting a repeat performance. A repeat performance probably wins this, but I wouldn't want him at 8 to 5. 10-9-2 for me. Kick off the final pick 3 today. Best of luck in the 6th. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 6 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Captain of my heart goes in first. Pure Crazy Groove goes in next. Riders off the number 2, Pure Crazy Groove. He'll load without the rider, and Dalton Brown will climb aboard inside the gate. Zuka Race is next. Nemo's Fortune goes forward. Out of order. Here goes Uncle Vic. Blacksmith Strong goes up. Blue Lieutenant goes forward at a big price. Riders off the 8, Uncle Vic. Riders off the 5, Blacksmith Strong. Blacksmith Strong actually ran off. Great job by the outrider apprehending him early. We'll have a delay here. Blacksmith Strong has returned. Andre Worry's back aboard. and they go back into the starting gate. Now Blue Lieutenant goes in. Last two to load are the Buckley pair of Hutch and Thundering March. They're in the gate. And they're off. Zuka Race breaks first. In between, there's Blue Lieutenant. Two on the outside of Hutch and Thundering March. Moving up now is Uncle Vic. At the rails, Captain of My Heart, about to be passed by both Nemo's Fortune and Pure Crazy Groove, and Blacksmith Strong is at the tail end of the field. At a huge price, Blue Lieutenant leads him. He has a 2-length cushion over Zuka Race through an opening quarter of 23-1. On the rail, there's Captain of My Heart moving forward just past Nemo's Fortune. Here comes Hutch with a 3 or 4 wide bid, saving ground along the insides. Uncle Vic as the field makes its way around the far turn. It's still Blue Lieutenant. Zuka Race hounds him from the outside. Captain of My Heart, Jackie Davis, looking for some room along the rail. Hutch is bound to go 4 wide as the field comes off the turn and into the stretch through a 47.5. Blue Lieutenant's trying to see it through. He's over 50-1, and he's still there. Captain of My Heart coming along the inside. Here's Hutch. Thundering March storming down the center of the track. Captain of My Heart past the 16th pole. The Buckley duo's too late. Captain of My Heart reports home a 2-length winner. Hutch won second. Then it was close between a huge price in Blue Lieutenant and Thundering March in 113. Number 1, Captain of My Heart's first. It's a photo for second. Number 9, Hutch was second. 7, Blue Lieutenant third. 10, Thundering March was fourth. 1, 9, 7, 10 here in race 6. Returning to the winner's circles, the number 1, Captain of My Heart. 4-year-old gelding's the son of Honorable Dylan. Out of the Freud mare, Freudian Girl. A New York bred. Captain of My Heart's owned by Elizabeth Hendy. Trained by Linda Dixon. Winning rider, Jackie Davis. $2 double 6-1, 32.60. $2 exact on 1-9, 133, 113.50. 50-cent try, 197, $788.50. And the 10-cent super, 197.10, $508.70. Race 7 comes up next. Kicks off the late double. Scratch to 1 lockbox, and the 5 comfortable cat. Scratch to 1 and 5 out of race 7. And in the finale, race number 8, scratch to 1A, La Dama Dorada. Race 8, scratch the 1A. Post time for the 7th, the start of the late double, is in just over 24 minutes.
All right, Captain of My Heart makes it 2 in a row under Jackie Davis, able to get the victory today at 5-1 for trainer Linda Dixon and Elizabeth Hendy. They start the pick 3 with Captain of My Heart. 7th race, non-winners of 2 cents a date condition, 5,000. We go a distance of 5.5 furlongs. Couple scratches in here, and significant in the fact that Comfortable Cat figured to have a lot of speed. Lockbox has a little bit of speed. Probably benefits Beautiful Karen the most, and I think that's why Beautiful Karen is getting a lot of the early play, because the race changes drastically with those scratches as she appears to be the speed. The 3-horse was the one I went to, though, as Make a Joyful Noise. Looked good when winning a similar condition back on July 9th, drawing away from a little bit easier field than this one. Stepped up in a short sprint of 5 furlongs and ran against the short distance specialist in Determined Love. Wartap was able to catch Determined Love just on back class, but Make a Joyful Noise did make up some ground as well, but the distance was too short. Kind of a false close there with Determined Love really stopping right before the wire. But she's in good form right now, is it Make a Joyful Noise. 3 starts this year, he's hit the board all 3. And again, that distance was just simply a little too short going 5 furlongs. Goes further today at 5.5. That extra half furlong's got to help her chances. But again, it's a race that doesn't have a lot of speed now with the scratches, though. The 7 is Let's MAGA. She should be closer up today than she was last time. She found herself further back. I think they've been trying something different. It actually worked for them back on July 24th on that day that it was outside closers all day. She picked the best day to try to sit back and make a run. Wasn't able to do it last time. It was against tougher competition last time, though, and was just simply too far out of it the way the pace flow went in 23 and 47. Gets a little bit of class relief, does Let's MAGA, dropping back down to 5,000 the day that she pulled off that surprising upset, and that makes her a big threat in here. And mentioned Beautiful Karen. She was a beaten favorite the day that Let's MAGA won. It was a day that inside speed was just simply not that good, and being on the rail going to the front, she was basically up against it and ended up fading on that racetrack. Looks like the speed here, she'll try to carry that speed all the way, and certainly helped by the scratches. It's probably the one they have to catch, and that's why she's getting some play at odds of 8-5. But I'm going to go with the 3-7-4 in here with a scratch of the 1 lockbox and the scratch of Comfortable Cat. We'll start the last double of the day. We also have exacta, trifecta, and superfecta wagering offered in race number 7, and you got about 9 minutes to post.
field for race 7's out on the track. Scratch to 1, lockbox. Here's the 3. Make a joyful noise with Emmanuel De Diego. The 4 is Beautiful Karen with Andre Worry. Scratch to 5, Comfortable Cat. The 6 is Christmas Dinner. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 7's Let's Maga with Kevin Navarro. The 8 is La Cafetera with Anthony Rodriguez. The 9 is Investment Grade. Cabracoa looks for his 3rd on the day. And there's a number 2, Ramon, as Jackie Davis looks to go back-to-back on the Wednesday card. I went to the 3, Make a Joyful Noise, who finished 3rd last out in an open nickel claimer, but is eligible now, back eligible for the 2 in a year, having just won that condition 2 starts back. She made up a ton of ground in the last 1/8 of a mile into War Tapped and Determined Love, and I just think they're both better than what she's facing today. She just ticked down to 3-2 favoritism. She makes sense. I don't think she'll be anywhere near as far back as she was last time. I don't know why she was that far back, especially in the stretch. They went fast. I guess that was part of the reason. But she gets an extra half furlong today. See if Make a Joyful Noise with Emmanuel De Diego can get the job done as the favorite. Little juice on the tote board here for the exact of the 6 Christmas Dinner. A lot of 2nd and 3rd place finishes on the card. Listen, she has a lot of wins too. 11, 15, and 14 from 81 starts. She's been in the money 40 of 81 tries. And she's finished 2nd in her last 3. Another one who came back from the break and kind of ran herself into shape. In a way, she's jumping a condition here. But it's kind of 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other, whatever race comes up. She's got plenty of early speed. She doesn't mind a little moisture in the ground. There still looks to be a little bit of that residual moisture from the rains the past few days. And at 7-1, she's a real square price in here. I would try to get her in the exotics for sure. And at that price, she might even be worth a WinBet flyer. And then the number 2, Ramon, is how my numbers are 3-6-2 here. Those are Dave's picks on the board. Ramon got the job done in this condition last time, still eligible for it because, again, 6 in one hand, half a dozen in the other. She had a couple of 2nd place finishes over sloppy tracks right before that. Super Slide has been in good form since returning. We saw Lady Quinn win earlier on the card. Make a Joyful Noises in here. Out Fantasy. A lot of italics on her card, Ramon. And she's a good price too at 6-1. I don't like Beautiful Karen or Let's Maga. So I think you can maybe do a little 3-2, 3-6 exacta here. Try and get the job done. Late double starts here as well. Best of luck in race number 7. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for race 7 has made its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Ramon, the first to load. Here's even money favorite Make a Joyful Noise. Beautiful Karen goes in. La Cafetera loads out of order. Christmas dinner goes in. Let's MAGA goes forward. Investment grade, the last to load. They're in the gate. And they're off. Braking slowly there was La Cafetera. Investment grade goes to the lead. In between there's Christmas dinner. And at the rail is Ramon. Dropping back is Let's MAGA after a quick break. To her inside is the favorite Make a Joyful Noise. Outside the beautiful Karen. That's another 3 back to the slow starting La Cafetera. Investment grade at a huge price. Has a length and a half on Ramon and Christmas dinner through an opening quarter and a snappy 22-4. The favorite Make a Joyful Noise moves up along the inside, battling along there with Let's MAGA. A length more back to beautiful Karen and way back to La Cafetera. The field makes their way past the quarter pole, off the turn and into the stretch. Ramon coming to the throat latch of investment grade. Up the inside, Make a Joyful Noise, found a seam at the rail, and she's trying to shoot through. Investment grade still there. She's 40-1. Investment grade still there. Inside, Make a Joyful Noise. Outside, Ramon. Deep stretch. Investment grade trying to see it through. Here's Make a Joyful Noise. Investment grade. Make a Joyful Noise. You don't want to win it 2-5 like that, but she got it done ahead. Investment grade. That's a tough beat at 40+1. Then Ramon and Let's MAGA in 106-3. Number 3, Make a Joyful Noise was first. Investment Grade, number 9, second. 2, Ramon, third. 7, Let's Maga, fourth. 3927 in the 7th. Returning to the winner circles, the number 3, Make a Joyful Noise. 6-year-old mare is the daughter of Dialed In. Out of the Unbridled Song Mare, Listen to My Song. Make a Joyful Noise is owned and trained by Timothy P. Murphy, winning rider Emmanuel De Diego. $2 double 1-3, 28.60. $2 exact to 3-9, 89.50. 50-cent try, 392, 78.37. And the 10-cent super, 3927, $34.70. Race 8 comes up next. The finale offers win, play, show, exacta try, and superfecta wagering. Scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Race 8, scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Post time for the finale is in just over 22 minutes. Folks, don't forget this Saturday, it's Travers Day at historic Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, and you can bid on the entire card from Saratoga right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Post time at Saratoga is 11:20. We'll open the doors early, 11 a.m. Doors open here on Saturday. It's the Midsummer Derby, the Travers, live from Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York. First post for the car is 11:20. Travers goes off around 10 after 6. Doors here open at 11 o'clock. Bet all of the action from Saratoga and Travers Day this Saturday right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack.
I'm about to conclude the race card and the racing week with race number 8. Looking back at race number 7, it was almost a big upset. With those scratches, it appeared that Beautiful Karen was going to be the speed. That one didn't break all that sharp, didn't break at all. Investment Grade was the one who took advantage and got an easy lead in there and almost stole it under Kiberkoa, but it was the favorite at 2-5, Make a Joyful Noise. Had a little trouble trying to get through traffic and come up the inside, but Emmanuel DiDiego was able to urge that one to victory for the Tim Murphy, short price winner of race number 7. Just a reminder, we are dark the next few days. We are open here for simulcast wagering of all the Saratoga action on Saturday, including the Traverse Stakes. Earlier opening for that. And then our next live day will be Monday. Monday, of course, post time will be at 1 o'clock. Now we look at the last, the 5,000 Never Win 2 claimer going 6 furlongs. We scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada. Start with the 1, Road to Royalty. This one had an interesting race last time off the layoff where she was more annoyed and bothered by her stablemate being out there with her and may have affected her because the two of them were working together. Kitty Tintin snuck up the inside and got ahead of the two and then was able to pull off the upset. This race doesn't have a lot of speed in it. It looks like Debbie Darling is the speed on the outside, so you would think that Road to Royalty might be at least aggressive enough to hold the rail in this race because she does have that tactical speed. Looks to be the favorite here, looks to be the horse to be, expecting improvement in her second start of the season after dropping to 5 last time. But the one downside on Road to Royalty is she's had 5 consecutive seconds going back to last year. So try to break through against this group today, and she's at odds of even money. The 2 is Jessica's Race. She's more of an off-the-pace type, so she's got to hope that they come back a little bit. She does get some class relief, dropping to 5,000 after 2 starts at the 11 and 9 level, and running competitively. She has a 3rd and a 4th last time on a sloppy racetrack. Now, she is over at the distance, but against the 5,000s off of her last race at the distance, she certainly plays to be in the top 3 or 4 anyway. Same with Ella Speed. Ella Speed dominated 5,000 maidens after dropping from a maiden special weight. You got the gift of the year when she went off at odds of 5-2. She had to beat that bunch. She came back with a 3rd place finish last time, and it wasn't a bad effort. She was wide, but she fits here with her usual effort as long as she gets a good stocky trip behind Road to Royalty and Debbie Darling. She looks like one of the main contenders in race number 8. She's at 5-1. Mentioned Debbie Darling. This one would really benefit if the speed doesn't go of Soul Emperor Trees and Road to Royalty. She might be the quickest. She was unable to get anywhere close to the lead last 2 times. But notice when she did make a clear lead was when she broke her maiden at the 11 and 9. So she could be dangerous if Road to Royal decides not to be aggressive and Soul Emperor Trees who doesn't get out there as well. She could maybe try to do what Investment Grade tried to do in the last race. So last race, I did go with a 1, 2, 3, 4, making it easy. Exacta Try and Super offered in the last. We do scratch the 1A, La Dama Dorada.
The field for the finale is on the track. The 2 is Jessica's Race. Jeremiah Flores rides. The 3 is Ella Speed with Andre Worry. The 4 is Journey of 5 with Jackie Davis. The 5 is Miami Twofer. Heeman Harkey rides. The 6 is Soul Imperatriz. Michael Davila Jr. is in the saddle. The 7's Benevolently with Kevin Navarro. The 8 is Debbie Darling. Emmanuel De Diego looks to sweep the late double. The 9 is Disco Princess. Cabracoa rides. And somewhere out there is the number 1, Road to Royalty with Joel Cruz. All right, let's talk a little business, folks. Last race of the week. Pick 6 only has the 1 and 3 covered. Everyone else triggers a carryover into Monday's card. The 1 through 5 are covered in the pick 5. 6, 7, 8, 9 trigger a carryover into the pick 5 as well. Here's the good news. PPs are already up. Head over to fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of our friends over at Equibase, and get cracking on Monday's card. Now, it doesn't matter if there's carryovers or not. You're going to be here. It's Monday. We're going to be firing away on Monday. This is what we do. Let's try and pad the bankroll for Monday in the finale today. I think that sounds like a good idea. It does to me anyway. I'm going to try the number 2, Jessica's Race. Started the day with a Paul Barrow, Jeremiah Flores winner. I think we can end it that way as well. 2 starts off the layoff, drops for the nickel, made up ground pretty much in the last 2 starts. And this horse has raced well with a little moisture in the track. Best races I feel have come in that with the moisture in the track. Inside's been good, man. The inside has been good all week. Even from the sloppy track to the good track, we sealed it in between. The rail's been really, really good. I'll see if Jessica's Race can ride it to victory in the finale. The 9, Disco Princess. Man, you know, you want to know why? One of the reasons Cabracoa is the leading rider here. He rode the horse in the last race at 41 to 1 like he was 4 to 5. And he almost got the job done. That was a heck of a ride. And a tough, tough beat if you backed investment grade today. I think Disco Princess got out of the maiden ranks last time, faced a couple of these in the 2 prior starts. I think this is another horse. She kind of raced herself into shape. She's still a young filly. She's just 3 years old. She's by Disco Partner out of her first summer. I mean, I'll tell you what, she races cheaply, but I wouldn't mind seeing her on grass one day. She needs a little pace in front of her. That's, I guess, the bugaboo for her. But at 11 to 1, I'll take my chances throwing her in the number. The number 3, Ella Speed, is how I round things out. Sat just off the pace to break her maiden 2 back. Raced well first time against winners. I don't think people realize how hard it is to move from condition maiden to winners, first level winners, second level winners, and so on and so forth. And, you know, so far in her career, when she's been spotted in the right places, she's raced really well. And I don't think that's going to be different today. She is getting bet now. She's down to 7 to 2. But I think she'll get in the mix here. 2-9-3 from me. Best of luck in the finale. Again, 1 and 3 covered in the pick 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 covered in the pick 5. PP's up. FingerLakesGaming.com for Monday already. Monday will be a fun day. Best of luck in the finale. We'll see you on Monday at 1. Post times in a minute. 1 minute. The field for the finale is making its way to the starting gate, and it's post time. Jessica's Race, the first to load. Here's Ella Speed. She's covered in the pick 6. Journey of 5 goes forward. Here's Miami Twofer. The Gray Road to Royalty, the only other horse covered in the pick 6. Past performances for Monday up. FingerLakesGaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. As Soul Imperatrice goes forward. A big price on Benevolently. Debbie Darling. And the last to load will be Disco Princess from the outside draw. They're in the gate. A little restless there was the number 3, Ella Speed. Jockey Andre Warrior's off. See that blue helmet climbing back aboard? We're set for a start. And they're off. From the outside, Disco Princess shows first. There's Road to Royalty. The big favorite takes over and has a length. Rushing up between rivals is Miami Twofer. There as well as Soul Imperatrice. Outside to Debbie Darling as Benevolently and Journey of 5 races a pair. Disco Princess broke well, but she's back in 7th, just ahead of the duo, Jessica's Race and Ella Speed, battling up front. 23 opening quarter. Road to Royalty. There was room at the rail for a long shot. Miami Twofer. Heeman Harkey trying to shoot her through the gap there. Soul Imperatrice and Debbie Darling as well. The favorites surrounded by a host of long shots as the field makes their way to the top of the stretch. Inside Miami Twofer, between Road to Royalty. Soul Imperatrice there through a half and a quick 46 and 4. Off the turn and into the stretch. Miami Twofer still riding that rail. Road to Royalty battles on. It's Soul Imperatrice as well. Coming from the back, Journey of 5 just found a little seam to run through. And there comes Jessica's Race. Jessica's Race gone the attack of Road to Royalty. Jessica's Race rolls on by. And Jessica's Race going to win the finale by a length. Then it was Road to Royalty. Big effort from Miami Twofer for the Shodo over Debbie Darling. Final time for the 3/4 was 1:14. Number 2, Jessica's Race was first. 1, Road to Royalty second. 5, Miami Twofer third. 8, Debbie Darling fourth. 2-1, 5-8 in the finale. Return to the winner's circles, the number 2, Jessica's Race. 4-year-old filly is the daughter of Race Day. Out of the Dixieland band mare, Jazz Dancer. A New York bred. Jessica's Race is owned by Paul Barrow and Michael Philo. 2 wins on the day for trainer Paul Barrow, who doesn't have a cigar in his hand. 2 riding wins for jockey Jeremias Flores. She's actually owned by Paul Barrow and Michael Filio, pardon me. Official, $2 double 3-2, 22.20. $2 exact, 2-1, 26 even. 50-cent try, 215, 43.87. Dime super, 2-1, 5-8, 138 and a quarter. 50-cent pick 3, 132, 44 even. 50-cent pick 4, 6132, 304.75. 50-cent pick 5, 5 of 5. It was hit, 787.50. Nobody pick 6, 5 of 6, $293. There will be a pick 6 carryover Monday of over $4,478. And Monday is when we resume live racing here, as we have wrapped the day and the week. The simulcasting remains open for a bit. Casino remains open until 4 a.m. Don't forget Saturday, speaking of simulcasting, doors open special early time, 11 o'clock, to accommodate all you racing fans for Travers Day at Saratoga. First post at Saratoga, 11:20. Doors open here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack Saturday at 11 a.m. Your program for Monday is available over at fingerlakesgaming.com, courtesy of Equibase. Study up for that pick 6 carryover. Until Monday, on behalf of the broadcast team, staff and management here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, I'm your track announcer, the Big A, Anthony Stabile. Thanking you for joining us this week. Racing resumes Monday with a first post of 1 p.m. Until then, please arrive home, wherever you're going, safely. Have a great night.